Committee to order. Jove, would you please call roll?
Thank you, Chair. Kevin Altucker,
Here.
Larissa Inez,
Here.
Austin Fulnagi,
Here.
Dan Isaacson. Dan Isaacson. William Gray.
Yeah, sorry. We see him, so I think he just hasn't, he might just be.
Okay, yeah, he's there. I will not mark him absent. William Gray. Absent. Charles Kimball.
Here.
Thank you. Jesse Maldonado. Here. Steve Mattal.
Here.
Zach Mulholland.
Here.
Amber Patterson.
Here.
Jerry Rust.
Here.
Julie Wisman.
Here.
And Jesse Williams.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, we begin our meeting with land recognition. Amber, could you please read that?
I'd like to start our meeting with the acknowledgement that the land we are on is the traditional homelands of the Kalapuya people. The Kalapuya were stewards of this very land for over 14,000 years before their traditional way of life was forever disrupted. We start our meeting with the humility and reverence for the original inhabitants, the Kalapuya.
Thank you, Amber. We'll now move on to the approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Chair, so moved.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor of approving tonight's agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any nays? Any abstentions? All right, the motion passes as presented. We're going to move on to the approval of the April 29th meeting minutes. The minutes were distributed prior to the meeting. Are there any corrections? Okay. There being no further corrections, the minutes stand approved as distributed. We'll now move on to public comment. Before we get started, I have a couple of reminders. First, the committee may not respond directly to any issues raised during public comment, but will refer those issues to the president for appropriate action. Second, I would like to remind everyone that as the budget committee, we are focused on the budget and the numbers, and how the budget is implemented is up to management. Jove, do we have any public comment?
Yes, sir, we have two.
All right. Let's go ahead with the first one.
First one is Wendy Simmons. At the podium, please.
Do we have 3 minutes?
Yeah, we have two people. So yeah, let's go the full 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Budget Committee members. I'm Wendy Simmons, a faculty union member here at the college. I'm reading this on behalf of a colleague who couldn't be here. The Budget Development Subcommittee is a place for college-wide dialogue on budget issues. So what role did the BDS play in developing the mitigation plan? BDS received no version of the mitigation plan before cuts were announced. BDS members had asked the administration, what is the plan? They were told there wasn't one. Why did the administration avoid BDS when creating the mitigation plan? My colleague shared, while we did not receive the mitigation plan at all, it is accurate to say we did receive late-breaking complex assumptions without time to consider them. Discussion of assumptions was limited and with no agreement on things like the 6% personnel cost increase. And no agreement was reached on most of those assumptions. The one number that I felt good about was the college's growth rate, which, while an estimate, was informed and discussed over time, as has been our practice with other assumptions in the past. Under normal circumstances, BDS has the opportunity to discuss parameters such as tuition increase, personnel cost increase, and enrollment growth. The forecast modeling tool is a spreadsheet that shows the effect of changing such numbers. Minor changes to parameters can make the budget swing from terrible to amazing. BDS never concluded that there was a budget crisis. BDS did spend time debating tuition. We reached a conclusion that was not unanimous, but was sent forward. College Council made their own decision, a 1.2% increase, which is as it should be. What prevented unanimity was passion from students and concerns that tuition is already high, forcing students to drop out because they can't afford it. This is all valid. Countering that is the concern that we're cutting potential revenue. At various points in the past, we have defaulted to the federal higher ed inflation rate 3.6%. This year's increase is a third of that. The net effect of a low tuition increase and exaggerated personnel costs is to create the sense of impending crisis. If there truly is a budget crisis, not making cuts would be irresponsible. However, many of us are not convinced that there is a budget crisis, but rather that this combination of exaggerated expenses and constrained revenues is creating the illusion of a crisis. Cutting programs will further impact revenue. The Budget Development Subcommittee needs to have a role in debating and evaluating all budget assumptions. Faculty and students need to weigh in. Please return to the longstanding practice of healthy debate of all budget assumptions and parameters. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe?
I'll now invite the next speaker, Adrian Mitchell.
Good evening, esteemed Budget Committee members and President Bulger. Thank you for your dedicated volunteer service to the people of Lane County. My name is Adrian Mitchell. I'm a faculty member and I have served on LCC's Budget Development Subcommittee for more than 10 years and also serve as the president of LCCEA, the faculty union representing part-time and full-time faculty. I have a brief statement to address two issues. The first is transparency and inclusiveness. Historically, the LCC Budget Committee members' emails have been provided to campus community so that there would be an opportunity to communicate with the Budget Committee beyond public comment, because many members of the public, students, and campus community cannot attend the meetings. Last year, the Budget Committee briefly had a group email address, which was suddenly turned off during the middle of the budget process so that campus and community members could no longer provide any communication outside of public comment. Public records were later released revealing that one board member had expressed concerns that the Budget Committee was hearing too much from the faculty union, and the group email was immediately discontinued after that. I'm respectfully requesting that you as the Budget Committee and/or the Board of Education develop a new Budget Committee group email address and/or individual email addresses for Budget Committee members to ensure that there is a means for any member of the public to contact the Budget Committee members. Promoting transparency and accessible means for communications are fundamental to the democratic process and good government that service on a public body requires. The second issue relates to a minor error in the budget document for faculty professional development, which is allocated based on our contract. At roughly $100,000, this error is minor in terms of its impact on the overall budget, but significant in terms of its impact on all faculty who rely on these funds in order to best serve our students. I would like to publicly thank Jonathan Campbell, who responded immediately, acknowledged the error, and made a commitment that it will be corrected. We look forward to this correction and thank you for your patience, as this will need to be amended in the budget prior to approval. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you. Do we have any other public comment tonight?
No further public comments.
All right, thank you, Joe. All right, the next item on the agenda is a presentation on the proposed FY27 budget. I've allotted about 20 minutes for this presentation, so we'll go till about 6:30. My goal here is to allow enough time for the committee to ask any questions or requests that they have after the presentation. So in keeping with the process we outlined last week, Amber will keep a list of who has questions and continue to move non-board committee members to the top of the list to make sure that those of us who aren't here year-round have a chance to get our questions in. President Bulger, would you like to introduce our speakers?
Yes, we'll have Jonathan Campbell, come and present to us this evening.
Good evening and welcome back. Per usual, I'll give Kara open house to come in when she feels like it. We'll slide up. So thank you again for coming. This is our third round, and tonight we have the big reveal. So we'll, if we go to the next slide. Tonight, we're going to go through key drivers and assumptions, how we got from the forecast to the budget, all the things we've talked about and built up to this point. So next slide. Okay, a little bit of a reminder of what we talked about, because everything we've talked about so far builds to where we're at now. Oregon budget law, we all know why we're here, what the process is. We all know about the challenges we're facing at all the different levels. Reminder that FY26, we pulled about 3.5 million out of the budget. 1.7 million of that was was vacancy savings. We only achieved about half. Later this evening after this meeting, we'll have a Q3 forecasts, which we can share with the budget committee. It'll be recorded if you can't stay around. The board will be here, obviously. And then we have a plan, the 3-year plan in place. We'll primarily focus on FY27 and go from there. Next slide. Okay. A little bit of an overview. So we're looking at, you've all seen the forecast a little bit. So the assumptions that are built into this, 2% credit growth, 1.2% increase. State funding is flat because we're in the second year of the biennium. That won't change again until FY28. Property tax is stable. Personnel, so we moved down from 85% of our total budget being people to 79% this year. Overall, position by position, that represents about a 9% growth on average across all employee groups. But what you'll see is that when you look at the net increase after mitigation, it's about 4%. So that's the reason we have the mitigation plan in place, or at least part of it. Materials and services, you'll hear me call it M&S. I'll try not to call it M&S, but know that I'm talking about supplies and operational costs. That total increase is about 2.1%, but when you pull out flight, it's pretty flat. Call out to the fact that we moved flight over, so its expenses and revenue moved all from Fund 9 to General Fund. The key takeaway from this, and I'll go into more detail on the next slide, is that our costs continue to grow faster as a whole as a comparison to each other. What mitigation does is it closes that gap, but it's something that we have to be kind of on the ball about. We'll continue to see this year over year, and that's why we have a 3-year plan and not a 1-year plan. Okay, next slide. You'll see a lot of these tables on the screen. I'm here to help narrate and translate, so I won't go through it line by line. But if you have specific questions at the end of the presentation, I'm happy to answer them. What you'll see on the screen here is we started with 4.5 million back in the fall as what we were thinking as our total mitigation. It's kind of gone up and down over the few months as we've analyzed it. I'll call out, we had to send out a corrected proposed document because we had the old picture in it, but now it's 4.2. On this slide in bullets points 1 and 2, you'll see that the revenue growth overall is about 4.8%, and our expenses are growing by about 5.1%. So the net differential there is about 0.3. So that means that our budget's really tight. There's not a lot of flexibility and maneuverability there, and we're trying to build back to that. So when we have things like deferred maintenance and things are happening, we have the ability to maneuver our budget, our finances to be able to accommodate. The other driver to what we're seeing in revenue is that we have a decline in our fund balance from FY26. I mentioned that the forecast shows that we're still overspending this year for things that are a little out of our control. And that's kind of saying from our starting place, we're starting lower than where we thought. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, this is a lot, but what I want you to focus on is the top right corner in the orange. Our budget total for this year for all funds is 281 million across the board. 113 million of that, so less than half, about 40%, is our general fund, and that's where the structural issue is that we're focusing on. All funds, all things considered, are pretty stable, but most of those funds are restricted. So you have grants, you have bonds that are kind of stable over time. Bonds is naturally declining as we spend that money on capital projects. That's as expected. And you'll see in FY21, we were about 225 million, and now we're kind of pacing back down towards that target as the bond expires, as we use the money, and as time goes on. Okay, next slide. Okay. I'm mostly going to focus on general fund, but at the end of the presentation, the last few slides are talking about the other things that are happening in other funds, but most of the things that we target happen in general fund. That's kind of where the party's at, as I like to joke. You'll capture all the other funds through transfers, ins and outs, but I'll talk to why we have those in there. So like I said, personnel is about 79%. It's coming down. From year over year, our increases in full-time costs have increased 1.8 million. We're increasing the part-time budget by about $1 million. So that's classified and faculty part-time. And as I mentioned, our PERS costs, our benefits costs are increasing over the next 2 years a little bit faster, and then they slow down and stabilize in FY29. M&S is increasing by about 800,000, so that's pretty flat. That's something we'll have to keep an eye on. And then what I would like to point out too is that we have contingency, a beginning fund balance, ending fund balance that holds the line on our fund balance at about 7 million. So long story short, FY27, we're working hard to break even. That's the starting point for the mitigation plan as we continue to recover our ending fund balance. I'll also call out that, again, we're not relying on vacancy savings. If we have someone on the roster, we're not going to anticipate what we think is going to happen with personnel changes. We're starting at a starting place. In actuality, we will have some vacancy savings, but it's not something that we're going to rely on in the budget like we did last year. Okay, next slide. Okay, a different view of this. This is looking at the budget on general fund by organization. So think about high-level departments, divisions, and whatnot. Academic affairs is 61% of it. That's because it's our mission. That's our core focus is in instruction and student supports. The biggest division is health professions. They are the biggest division. They're as big as the next two divisions combined. So they're big. At the bottom row there, you'll see faculty professional development. As the union president pointed out, there is an error there that we're going to have to fix. Calling out it's about 100 to 120,000. That we'll have to add to that line for faculty professional development. Next slide. Another view of it. This is broken out by our major groupings, if you will, our budget groupings. Classified faculty managers are all at the top there. They make up about 80% of our budget. M&S, you'll see part-time budgets there. I'll just call out that part-time faculty budgets are where we flex our budget to meet student demand in our course loads. So we're able to pull in part-time faculty and use them to teach classes as time goes on, as we have more course offerings and as we can shift it more easily from one place to another. Operational supplies I've highlighted because it's a third of our M&S budget, our materials and supplies budget, almost exclusively our instructional costs. All right, next slide. All right, here's the fun stuff. This is primarily funds 4 and 8. So you'll think of bond funds. I won't read them out, but our bond team gave me a fun list of things that they're finishing up. And I think they have another presentation coming up where they'll talk about how they're going to use bond funds, bond prioritization. But these are some of the interesting things. We actually received a new grant just recently because of a cross-campus effort for Wi-Fi. So we have a $120,000 grant from the state that's in addition to the bond funds. Give a shout out to Stephanie Wicks. She's our grant coordinator. She's amazing. She's on my team. Of course, she's awesome. And then on the right side, that's Fund 8, which has been pretty stable over time. So it's about 15 million in budget spending this year for grants alone. They're not, they don't support ongoing operational costs. The reason I call them out is because these are restricted funds. We can't use them for general funds. Grant funds will sometimes offset general funds costs. Like if you have a faculty member who comes in to use a grant to develop an instructional course, most of the time grant funds are seed funds and are meant to augment operational costs. You don't get a lot of grant funds to help day-to-day operation kind of stuff, but they do help. Next slide. We've talked a lot about deficits on the other funds. So these are pretty much all the other funds. Our sub-fund deficits are spread out across the board. So you'll see 2, 4, 5, and 9. We have about 1.6 million that we transfer off of general fund to help support those sub-fund deficits. You'll see up here major maintenance initiatives, the talent grants that we're sunsetting, and other sub-fund deficits on Fund 9 for things like SSS, international, well, not international programs, but the flight. When we move them over, we're not moving the deficit, but we will use a transfer from general fund to get rid of that deficit that's on Fund 9. And the goal is over time to have these sub-fund deficits eventually be eliminated. It's just a good practice to help with cash flow and tracking and whatnot. The other ones that we have on here, 1.8 million, they're primarily debt. So PERS bond debt obligations and also remodel costs for the downtown center. And next slide. This is my last slide, and then we can have a thorough discussion about all these things. I've kind of launched it on you, so plenty of time for discussion. These are all a list of our primary auxiliaries that are not on general fund. I call out the top two because they're kind of on the front line of challenges that we're facing at the federal and state level. International programs, they're self-funded through international tuition and fees. Their enrollment is down because of immigration things happening across the country and things happening in the world. Childcare is also, we're facing challenges with declining enrollment in childcare across the county. And so those are the two areas you'll see the little caution asterisks of. Those are the areas that we really want to pay close attention to. We've already had really hard, difficult, challenging conversations with both of those areas to put controls in place, help them kind of walk through the modeling of how their operations work and so on. But these are primarily Fund 9 and they're all self-funded. Next slide. What you should take away from all this is that what you see in the budget includes the mitigation plan, and we've worked really hard to stabilize our budget this year, next year, and going into the following years to rebuild our reserves. That way we can be more nimble when we continue to face these challenges. We're doing our best to make our best forecasting assumptions based on real-time data, conversations that we're having, partners with the other community colleges and up in Salem and so on. So things will continue to change, but at this point in time, this is our proposal. I would love to have questions and discussion.
All right, thanks, Jonathan. So we've got about 25 minutes. Does the committee have any questions, requests, et cetera? Hands all go up here. Doesn't look like we have anybody on the committee. Oh, Larissa here. So we'll start with Larissa and then go from there.
Thank you very much for the presentation and for all of the work that's gone into putting together this budget. I know that this is the result of many, many hard conversations and hard decisions as you look to safeguard the future of this institution and continue serving your mission. Some of my questions are really about the kind of bigger picture, the bigger context. I'm especially curious, I think, about, well, some bigger picture, some smaller picture. And do you mind if I kind of lay them all out, or do you want to do rounds of
Go ahead and do
questions?
them. Let's lay them all out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And some of these I'm sure are like, we'll get back to you next meeting. So wonderful. On one of the slides, what is it? The general fund overview. The increase to the part-time budget is called out as, demand flexibility. You're going to flex the number of courses you offer. And it says, but controls need to be in place. I'd love to hear more about what controls those are.
Sure.
What processes that represents. Let me find the next one. The PERS rate increases. You said the next 2 years are obligation increases and then it flattens out. I'd love to hear what that looks like in future years. How messy that is. When we get down to kind of quite a bit later in the budget, there's, some of the mitigation plan is really about reducing costs, and many of those costs have to be personnel FTE because that is the bulk of the budget. And a lot of consolidations are referenced. And I'm specifically looking at in like the operations area. If there are consolidations without, we're hoping to grow student FTE, but consolidate personnel, that can sound like and can sometimes be more work for the same number of people or fewer people, in fact. And I'd love to hear more about programmatic or services cuts that make those changes sustainable with relation to the human capital involved, the resource that is the people powering the institution. And then further on, apprenticeship models that are going to be considered in the fiscal year 28 budget. I would love to learn more, but also just a kudos and a thumbs up. I think that's a really powerful way to deliver education and also value to the community. Thank you.
Before we go on to our next person, I do just want to bring this up. I have kind of struggled with how to deal with this. I want there to be transparency in these meetings, but I also want to keep in mind that we are not going to be making any decisions on specific programmatic or employee cuts. And so I'm right there with you, Larissa. Like I would like to dig into all of this. But at the same time, it's hard because we're not making decisions on it. So at least for me personally, it's hard for me to know all that stuff and not continue to comment on it. So I suppose, why don't we continue forward like this? I think we can continue to send those requests to Jonathan and his team. And then when we have that information, please keep in mind that we're not here in the budget committee. I'm not sure what happens in the other meetings, but specifically in the budget committee meeting, we're not here to make decisions, comments, or try and influence how management is going to implement the budget.
Yeah. Can I
Does that
respond?
sound- Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to respond. Yes, absolutely. I thoroughly support that. I believe that the distinction between a governing policy board and the management of an institution is sacrosanct to me. So supported,
Okay,
100%.
perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Okay, I think we've got Charlie next, and then we're gonna move on.
Thank you. So we keep hearing about the deferred maintenance. It's outstanding. I know that doesn't impact this year's budget, but it is going to impact the budget going forward over the next 3 to 5, 7 years. And I, for one, am very concerned that, I read numbers in the budget document of 100 million all the way up to $200 million in deferred maintenance. How's the school how are we going to pay for this? And I've expressed concern in the past about the size of the campus versus the student body. So I'd like maybe a little bit of comment on that from management and from the board.
Jonathan and maybe Kara, can you kind of talk about, on behalf of Jennifer Hayward, can you talk about deferred maintenance and how we think about that and give a hint to what we're thinking about in the future? I think it's the way that the college has managed those kinds of costs in the past.
First, do you want me to respond to some of Larissa's questions first? I didn't want to skip over.
Oh, my
If we're
apologies.
doing,
I didn't know if you were writing them down to respond to them later, or if you had.
Either's fine.
either way, I was writing them down because there were a lot of good questions. I want to make sure I have a goldfish memory. So
We can cover them next time.
let's.
And we do have answers to what I'll add to the context of this conversation. What Jonathan's planning on talking about next time in more detail is the mitigation plan, how we got there, and some of those conversations next time, as well as discussing deferred maintenance more, because those are two really important key items. So that is on our agenda for the next time. So if we will continue to gather those, but we can respond to these questions as we have them.
Let's go ahead and respond as we have them. And then if we don't get to you today, or if you have follow-up questions, then definitely emailing them to Jonathan and Kara. Actually, sorry. We're going to email them to Jove. Jove is going to coordinate the getting it to the right people and getting it published and all that stuff. So if you'd like to answer Larissa's questions, that you can. And then Charlie's question, please.
sure thing. I'll brain dump as fast as I can. If I don't answer your question or whatever, we can do an information request and get it back out to you. Okay, so your first question was around part-time budget controls. In the past, there hasn't been, at least to my knowledge, a strong linkage between how we allocate the part-time budget and creating sections and courses. So there's a whole group of people who develop the courses. They create what it's going to look like over the next term. And there was kind of a double thing that happened last year where we moved to annual registration. We set the budget, but at a time that we didn't know all of our revenue. And so there was this timing issue. So what we've done this year, I've worked with the leaders, we have with the leaders of academic affairs and the divisional leaders to say, okay, tell us what courses you're going to offer is best to your knowledge. And then we're going to allocate those part-time budgets according to how they think it's going to play out. We also had a mix of costs being charged to the part-time bucket that we didn't realize. Well, we realized it, but it wasn't easy to really pull them out. So now we have separate places that we can charge them and better track them. So it's that kind of control where it's in combination with pulling it apart, but also monitoring it that will help us better track those budgets. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
The PERS rate increases. So the gist of it is we have two PERS bonds that helps offset the cost of our PERS liability. So that's the benefit of retirement for all the employees. The first one is going to expire over the next 2 years. And so there's a whole complicated formula about the benefit that we receive in investments back to offset the costs. It's a mouthful. That is sunsetting, and we're not getting as good of a returns as we thought we were going to get 25 years ago. So it's short just a little bit. So we have to cover more of those costs. In addition to that means that as it sunsets, our PERS rates that we incur in-house also go up at the same time. But in 28, the PERS bond fully sunsets, the rate flattens out, and then it all kind of stabilizes in 28. That makes sense. And we can put more information behind it too.
Yeah.
Consolidation of operations, we're still formulating that one. We have some groups we're putting together to kind of think about how we do business around the college. But that's really looking at who's doing things like procurement and finance and accounting, who's doing marketing and recruiting, and getting all those people together and figuring out how they all do it. We've been kind of siloed over the years, so we're trying to kind of be better about talking to each other. I don't know what that looks like out on paper yet, because that's kind of a coming year's project. So we can, then deferred maintenance.
Yeah, before we move on, sorry, Larissa, did you, because I jumped over it, did you have any of those that you would like a follow-up, more information?
I think just out of curiosity, more about the PERS bond. I'm very curious about the 2-year sunset, blah, 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 Yeah, because I know that that's a huge, essentially unfunded liability for all of our public colleges and universities. Yeah, thank you.
Deferred maintenance.
Yes. So good question. Deferred maintenance had just been, our plan has been updated. It's about 215 million. And for context, the 1-year general fund budget is about 110 million. So we would have to double our general fund budget and put that all in deferred maintenance, which isn't reasonable. So what we do have to do is plan for that and keep working through that. So we do have some funds we set aside out of general fund every year. It's not a large bucket. It's 300 to 400,000 every year we're putting aside for that. Doesn't last long. We've also been very fortunate that this community has approved, general obligation projects, bonds. We've been able to do a lot of deferred maintenance projects through that. The high target ones are in process, or we're working on those. In our mitigation plan by year 3, we would like to invest at least $2 million a year into our deferred maintenance, which will start helping with that. We also have a lot of opportunities with what Jonathan was talking about is state grants. So we have 2 state matching grants out of this last bond project, which is $16 million. It's been extremely helpful to get both our science building completed, and there was a project right before I started. So we've been working through all those. So that is something that we also are keeping on the radar, and we are continuing to plan and keep in our mitigation plan and move forward with that. We do have a whole plan, and we'll make sure we can send it out to the committee. That was presented to the board last month.
Great, thanks, Kara. That was
I apologize for my raspy voice. Every time this year, allergies kick in right when the budget committee starts.
just don't let it happen again.
Try.
All right. So the next one we have up is Jesse.
Thank you, Chair.
Jonathan, I still have a lot of questions about printing and graphics, which we can get to later, but the major question I had was on slide 11, we've got 68,000, and then on slide 12, it says 200,000. So I'm just trying to connect A and B here.
Can we pull that back
And
up?
one slide 11 was transfers, but maybe I just need a
Just
little,
one sec. Could we pull the LP?
Yeah.
Got it.
maybe I just need a little more hand holding to understand what's going on between those. So
Slide 11, you said?
I believe so. Yeah. So Fund 2, printing and graphics, deficit of 68. And then on the following slide, it says 200,000.
Got it. Yeah, so the printing and graphics over the past years, our transfer to printing and graphics has been about 200,000. There'll still be some deficit left over, and it kind of goes into that deficit repayment plan where we're paying it off a little kind of over time. And so while it's 68,000 in the transfers for 27, our hope is to pay it off either in the next year, or if we can balance it with the other transfers, pay the rest of printing and graphics off in this year. I think Kara was okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, so next up, we've got Austin, then I've got Zach and Kevin. Hopefully I didn't miss, and Steve will add you to the list. So Austin.
Before I ask my questions, Charles, I think there was two parts to your question. I just wanted to make sure your questions were answered before I go into mine.
Yeah, the second part was regarding the size of the campus, and are we actually utilizing all of our assets to the best of our abilities? Because if you look at what we have for the number of students and you look at the size of the campus, there seems to be a disconnect. There's also a disconnect in that more and more of our students are learning remotely, which would imply we'd have a smaller footprint. So there's a couple of those things that are kind of rattling around in my head that I'm trying to reconcile.
I can give it a shot. Yeah. And I might not be able to answer it as efficiently. I can feel Kara. I can actually see her on the screen giving me information from behind. So, it's true. So we have a space utilization committee on campus that works across the board. And as folks need more space or want to move space or utilize space, it goes to this committee. And they're kind of a subgroup of the campus to decide how best to use this space. And I know that facilities also does a lot of analytical work on what spaces we have and how they're used and what overhead utilities and whatnot go into it. So it is something that we'll have to look at more closely over time, especially to your point, Charles, as the online portion of our students transitions to more online. It's kind of this new thing. It's a new generation of students that are learning online, and we'll have to kind of take it as we go.
All right, thanks for catching that, Austin.
Of course.
Yeah.
My pleasure. Let me just start off with this actually really quick, and then I'll go into a couple questions here. Chair, I definitely wanted to appreciate what you said earlier and so forth, but I also want to emphasize the fact that we should be asking questions because this is the public's dollars. These are the public money. This is the taxpayers' money, and this is an opportunity for us to bring these numbers and the reasons for those numbers out to question, to ask questions and to get information, share that information, and have it open and available to the public. Because the dangers of that is actually pretty severe. Because I don't know, for those who served on the budget committee last year, we put forward a budget that cut $640,000 from student services. I know many of you didn't know that we did that, and there was reasons. And reasons is because we weren't taking the time to ask questions, ask additional information, and so forth. So I just want to encourage that transparency, the asking the questions. I love the series of questions that are being asked right now, especially around, utilization of space, what's happening with PERS, and a variety of other different things. This is information that should be known, should be shared, and we should absolutely have an opportunity to ask questions about it. So I just want to encourage that. Now, to my questions. A few things in regards to the health clinic, page 12 in the presentation. It said that we have break-even project, but there was deficit balance carryover. My understanding was that it was operating at a surplus, might not be the right word, but there was additional funds left over from the previous year. And we converted that into the general fund, is my understanding, after we could approve the mitigation plan with a combination of the health clinic and the mental mental health services, I believe, is what happened there. Am I correct in that, or was there an actual deficit in the health clinic?
There is a deficit of about $1 million in the health clinic,
Okay.
plus or minus. We never had a surplus to my knowledge. Last year was the first year that they broke even with the new $60 student fee. And our projections is that they will continue to break even in the next year or two. But like I said, they're self-funded and they're an auxiliary, so it is something that we have to keep an eye on.
Okay, gotcha. In the motor pool, I believe the sustainability committee presented on this, which was that we received a grant for, I believe, like to help with like electrification of our cars and vehicles in the motor pool. Did that help in the break even projection that we have? That I don't need an answer to that right here, right now, but I was wondering if that grant helped with the break even aspect of the motor pool.
I'll have to look into which specific grant, but I think it's around the purchase of a electric vehicle from eWeb.
Yeah.
We did, and I don't know the impact of that, but we can get that to you.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. I'll leave that for now. I want others to, of course, ask questions. So.
All right, we've got Zach up next.
Thanks. And someone asked about deferred maintenance and also asked if board members wanted to kind of put out their thoughts. I've been asking about deferred maintenance for about 2 years now, and I'll be frank, I don't think that the college had a really good grasp on its long-term deferred maintenance needs. President Bulger this year, in her president's goals, set creating a deferred maintenance plan as one of the goals for the year, and the initial plan came out in April, but we still haven't, as a board, had a presentation and discussion about it. So, thanks for bringing it up. I think the college is starting to wrap its get a handle on it, but I don't think we're quite there yet. And it definitely deserves more time for discussion and inquiry. Can we go to the slide 11 with the transfers? I think back one slide. So in the past, we've been running about $1.5 million a year deficit in Fund 9, and we've been transferring money from the general fund. I see here that we're projecting a sub-fund deficit in Fund 9 of $795,000 for the year. And then these other deficits in these other funds, would those be offset by an equal amount from the general fund? Or are we planning a transfer from the general fund to be break even in each of those funds, or are there funds that will still be net positive or negative for the year in our forecast?
So the Fund 9, we will still have deficits after this year. So we took part of that transfer to put towards printing and graphics and also Fund 5. So we split it out intentionally so we could eliminate the debt on Fund 5 because that's supposed to be for financial aid, and then slowly work down the printing and graphics deficit on Fund 2. But we will still have deficits, I believe, in F3, the remnants of the flight program, and also the health clinic are the major ones. But we'll make progress, I think, to my knowledge, on that this year with that $800,000 transfer.
Okay, so right now we have about a $5 million deficit that's built up over the last maybe 10 years in Fund 9. With this transfer and with the forecast deficits, we're expecting that number to go down, stay the same, or go up. Sounds like we're expecting to go down very slightly. And can you tell me by about how much?
Yes, this is Kara. Let me pipe in here. We had presented the board in March one of the supplemental things that shows what subfund deficits we're working with. Fund 9 has been the one that's historically been discussed. It's the largest area that has subfund deficits, but collectively we have them in different funds throughout the college. So we've been working on that. That is at that time, it's $5.7 million. We are continuing by $1.3 million to have that deficit reduced. That's what we're hoping to have paid off in 3 years. So we're continuing to decrease that. And what our goal has been is to make sure that all those subfund areas discontinue in-year deficit spending. So that's goal 1, and then goal 2 is getting those subfund deficits paid off.
If we could track all of those sub-fund deficits in one place so that we know what the total deficit is across all funds, and how that's going to change. So, we're not just looking at the general fund by itself or Fund 9 by itself, but we actually have a composite picture of, how we're paying down that deficit across all funds over the years.
Yes, we can continue to give that in our quarterly report, or however the president would like to do that, because we do track that.
I guess just the last couple, set of thoughts, and maybe if you could respond to, I believe last year we did pass a balanced budget. And then this year, about mid-year, we ended up having to come back. There's about an $800,000 deficit. And the board approved doing 400,000 in reserves and then cutting $400,000. How tight are things for next year? Where, if something doesn't go exactly right, we might have to cut mid-year again. So basically, if you could explain sort of what happened this year where we had to cut mid-year, and how do we ensure that we don't have to do that again next year?
And on slide, I think it was we don't have to go back, but our differential was about 0.3%. So that's really tight. That doesn't give us a lot of flexibility when we want to be nimble and shift and have a reserve to cover things. So we don't have an internal reserve. Like I said, we held the line on having our contingency, our reserve be that $7 million fund balance that we started with. That's what we're projecting to end with. And if we wanted to use any of that, then we would have to bring it to the board because it's in contingency by Oregon budget law. We have our quarterly forecasts that we bring. We'll have another one that's kind of a post-mortem plus Q1 in the early fall. That's our hope. We look at this every time a payroll runs, which is every 2 weeks. We run a new forecast to see where we're at. But forecasting is a journey. It moves all the time. So I can't say one way or another that we will or won't have to cut again. It depends a lot on what happens with state funding, with enrollment. It's all things that we will have to track and bring back to you on a regular basis.
Thanks. I'm really concerned we're not going to hit some of our goals for next year. We might not hit a 2% enrollment goal. And I think we are sort of hoping for the best. And if things don't exactly go our way, we're going to be deficit spending or having to cut mid-year again. So I would be very interested in making sure we pass a budget where if we don't increase enrollment, if everything doesn't go exactly right, that we'll still be in a balanced budget position. And I hope we can discuss what options to do that might be. Thanks.
All right. Next up is Kevin.
Thank you, Chair. Jonathan, could you give the committee a high-level explanation of the Mary Spildey Center remodels? It's about 1.3 million. Just a brief, what is that?
I'll give it my best shot, and Kara's coming up because she knows it better than I do. So I think it was in 2020 we did remodel in the downtown center, and it was both residential and the other side were our conference rooms and the operational center. And so we have it as a kind of a debt that's kind of internal. And so over time, we have to pay that down over time. A chunk of that comes from international programs. So their students primarily are the ones who are living in Titan Court downtown. And then the other part is an internal obligation that we pay off once a year. We have a specific amount that we pay down with that.
Yeah, that debt has been on the books for, I'm trying to look, this is the area where the financial audit is really handy for people. I know people love that, but there is one or a few there. So it's 2016. In October of 2016, the college obtained, it was just a financing loan to remodel all of downtown. And so it continues to be, won't be paid off till 2036. So that'll be on the books for a while, but it is about 1.3 million every year.
Thank you.
All right, Steve.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Excuse me. First off, I just want to say I think it's a really it's a solid budget. There may be some tweaks here and there, of course, but overall it meets the goals that we've been discussing this past year. So thank you for that. A few clarifying questions that I have. Hopefully they're useful for other board members. as well. So there is listed a $7 million for contingency. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit more. It might answer part of Zach's concern, but maybe there's other things that you're thinking about for that contingency, how we have used it in past years, what would happen to it if we didn't use it all?
Yeah. It's a good question. So there's two parts to contingency. One is Oregon budget law requires us to have a certain amount of a rainy day fund. It doesn't define how much, but in our board policy, it's 3% of total expenditures. The other part of that is what we've set aside to maintain our ending fund balance. There's 2% of that is required, and anything above that is just good practice. So 5% required by board policy, and the remaining percent is what we've set aside to ensure that our ending fund balance, at least at the beginning of the year, is maintained. The other part of contingency is that if we want to deficit spend in year and we want to use that budget authority, it has to come to the board for approval. So we've seen those come through a couple times where we talk about transferring budget authority from contingency into the operational side of the budget. For reference, we always say that 1 month of payroll is about $7 to $8 million. So our contingency, almost 1 month of payroll, doesn't cover debt, doesn't cover M&S, it doesn't cover anything else. So if the sky fell, which it doesn't typically do in one day, we would have $7 million in cash and reserve, right? Exactly. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, if I just a little follow-up, if that's all right. So that's separate, that $7 million in contingency out of the $113 million general fund proposed budget, does not reach into the or rely on the ending fund balance. It's totally separate thing from that.
Right. And when I started here, we weren't necessarily in practice budgeting for our 10% reserve policy. So we weren't putting that aside and saying, we're not going to spend this directly out of the operational budget. But over the past couple of years, we've moved into that practice of moving budget authority and moving reserves into that contingency, so that way we can hold the line, at least as a starting place, and build back up.
So if we pass the budget as is, you, the college administration, would have authority to spend $106-ish million and then would have to come to the board with any particular requests for any piece of that remaining $7.
That's exactly right.
Okay,
Yep.
Thank you for that. Another question, totally different topic. There's a $1.1 million to support the LCC Foundation. It's a little confusing to me because I tend to think of them as a separate entity. Can you just kind of walk us through that a little bit?
Sure. So the foundation is a separate entity. They're a 501c3. They have their own staff, their own books, their own audit, all the things. But because we have a symbiotic relationship together, they help us with fundraising, with capital campaigns, with all the things. They help guide donors to the right places. As in practice in other colleges, we support some of their staff with some of our own general fund monies. I can't remember exactly how that lays out, but it's essentially 1 or 2 of their positions that we cover, and then some materials and supplies. It's not their whole operations, but it is a piece of it.
Yeah. Thank you. One other question?
You know what?
That's fine. Can
I'm
wait.
sorry.
I can submit
Let me
them
get an
otherwise.
answer.
That's fine.
Okay.
I will submit them by
Okay.
email.
Thank you very much. But
I'll be quick. Well, I just want to say thank you for the great document, Jonathan, Alejandra. I know you guys put a lot of work into it. It's really easy to read with a lot of good detail. My thoughts are, I won't go into them because they mirror a lot of yours, but if we could just get a 1-page summary of what big buckets are in the deferred maintenance. And I also just agree with Zach a little. It'd be nice to just see what your plan would be, if your enrollment's flat or, down.
Yep.
Just as far as those levers that you were pull.
If I could, I'll leave the deferred maintenance buckets to an information request because I won't be able to say it as well. In the board meeting material, so the meeting after this, in the information request, Zach did ask that question, and there is a really simple breakdown of what it would look like if enrollment was up, down, or flat, and the same with state funding. So in the gist of it, if we get a 3% bump in CCSF, so state funding, that's about $1 million. Right now, we have it set as flat. So that gives you kind of the range of how much additional revenue we could get from the state. But that doesn't kick in until FY28 because we're in the second part of a biennium. Like I said earlier, depending on what the economic forecast is from the state, they're having us model as just an exercise of what 5 to 10% reduction would look like. We're still being conservative. Same with enrollment. If it goes up or down at the current tuition rate, it's about $200,000 to $300,000 every percent that it goes up or down. But we can find that, copy and paste it from the board materials into the budget committee materials as a reference point.
Dan jumped in there and then if we have time.
Yeah, a couple things, and forgive me if you've already kind of covered this. Some of the audio wasn't working for the first little bit of the meeting. I know we mentioned there's a $2 increase per credit on tuition, and I still remain a little bit concerned that the pain, as we'll call it, is not being shared across all the different spectrum equally, in at least as far as I'm concerned. And so I know that we're really far down the rabbit hole in terms of trying to revisit that, not trying to litigate that right now, but to kind of piggyback onto some of the comments about what if our estimates are wrong. I know that there was a lengthy process to involve student input into potential tuition increases. And I'm wondering if it wouldn't be wise to begin that process, at least in a exploratory fashion, so that if we have to come back to the table because our estimates are wrong, we've already done the work to discuss potential tuition increases with students, or at least have the conversation with them so that they're not feeling blindsided, but we've also done our due diligence to be able to have that conversation intelligently. And then secondly, to that end, I also recognize that the further you increase tuition, the more you exacerbate our tuition estimates being off. So I understand that there's a balance there. But I would like to see, as any business would, I understand that's not run 100% like a business, but if this is a huge driver, every division needs to be putting something more into it to kind of balance the skid, aside from just employees and just the benefits we give to our students.
All right. Thanks everybody for your questions, comments. I appreciate that. I want to make sure we don't run over our time. So we're going to wrap up now. I do want to reiterate, if you have any questions or requests, please send them to Jove. Jove will make sure it gets to the right people, and then the responses will be posted prior to the next board meeting. In order to do that, I'm going to say, please have your email into Jove by Sunday night. Yeah, all right. And that'll give administration enough time to prepare answers. One other thing I wanted to touch on before we go. It's my goal to have this committee approve a budget no later than the May 20th meeting. So I would ask the committee members to really carefully look at what the budget that was posted for this week's meeting and send any questions in. That'll really help us focus our conversations going forward and really keep us moving towards that. I was looking at the agenda, or the not the agenda, but the timeline for next week, and it doesn't look like you guys are going to be springing a whole nother packet on us, maybe some tweaks here and there. So hopefully everyone can look nice and closely at everything this coming week. So with that, we have upcoming meeting dates, and public comment will be accepted at the meetings on May 13th at 5, May 20th at 5, and then if we absolutely need it, May 27th at 5. With that.
Oh, Chair, in regards to the meeting dates, I just had a brief comment, 20 seconds. Since I would like to request that we schedule more time for next week's meeting, since we won't be going up against a board meeting. So giving that extra time to have conversations, ask questions, and so forth. So I'm just simply putting in a request that we have additional time greater than an hour to next week's meeting.
Okay,
Thank you.
is that something we need to like discuss here, or is that something that can be sorted out with,
With Jove,
I don't
we
know.
can certainly take a poll and see. We believe that budget committee members have probably set their schedules for an hour budget committee meeting, but we can certainly do a poll.
Okay,
And we
sorry,
can do a
poll right
poll.
now or a
Well, I
poll?
think a poll offline because it's
Okay.
6 o'clock.
All right, great.
But a poll offline and let you know the results.
Okay.
We'll let the chair know the results of that and vice chair the results of that. And if you'd like to add a half hour or whatever you might want to add to the front end of that or the back end of that, then that's something that can certainly be considered.
Okay, great. Thanks. All right, with that, we're adjourned. Thanks.
Okay. Are our board members back online? Okay. Okay, perfect. There we go. Thank you. Right. We have 30 more seconds here and then we'll get the meeting started. All right. And we're live? Okay, perfect. Okay. All right, well, I'll get it started and then we'll go from there. All right, we will now get started with the May 6th Lane Community College Board of Education regular meeting will now be called into order. Nicole, will you please call the roll?
Kevin Alltucker,
Here.
Austin Fulnagi,
Here?
Jesse Maldonado,
Here.
Steve Mattal,
Here.
Zach Mulholland,
Here.
Michael Olson,
Here.
Jerry Rust,
Here.
and Julie Weisman. Here.
Excellent. We'll now move on to the land acknowledgement. The land acknowledgement will be, speaker today will be Shane Turner. Okay, will you please provide the land acknowledgement?
Good evening. We begin our meeting with the acknowledgement that the land that we are on is the traditional homelands of the Kalapuya people. The Kalapuya were stewards of this very land for over 14,000 years before their traditional way of life was forever disrupted. We start our meeting with humility and reverence for the original inhabitants, the Kalapuya.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the adoption of the agenda. A few things about the agenda. The discussion item in regards to legal counsel. Unfortunately, Christy is not going to be here today, so we'll be dropping that specific discussion item. But I would also like to make an amendment to the agenda to allow for an action item for the announcement of the ad hoc committee per board policy 2715. And it's just the announcement of the ad hoc committee. I just need a second to add that.
I'll second that.
Excellent. All right. Zach, you had your hand up?
I have another amendment.
Excellent. Go ahead. Or actually, my apologies. But let me follow in order here. Let's go ahead and vote on this amendment, and then we can add additional amendments from there. So it's been motioned and seconded. All those in favor for the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none. Zach, you have an additional amendment you would like to make to the agenda.
Yeah, I'd like to add 10 minutes to discuss next steps on reviewing board policies thought to be ambiguous or in conflict. At a previous board meeting and an email to the chair, I requested an ad hoc committee be formed on this subject. So if there are 3 board members that are in support of an ad hoc committee, we can do that. We also received another idea to have a comprehensive review of all our board policies with OCCA next year. That could be in addition to or an alternative to the ad hoc committee idea. So I just want us to spend 10 minutes to discuss as a board how we want to address that issue by taking up one or both of those processes.
Excellent. So just to summarize, essentially your motion is to add to the discussion items. So would you like it to be discussion item A or towards the end? Or in replacement of previous discussion item?
Adding it to the end would be great.
Okay, okay, at the end. Okay, so that'll be the new discussion item. Let me get my D. No, new discussion item H, I believe. Yeah, okay. So, and to add 10 minutes for that discussion. All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to add that discussion item to the agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Oh, an opportunity for discussion.
Oh, discussion. Oh, yeah, my apologies. Zach, would you like to speak on your motion to amend?
This is just provide us time to discuss how we want to move forward. I hope we can get into our main discussion as, with regards to how we actually want to move forward when the time comes. So asking for that time to discuss.
Excellent. Any further discussion?
Only just to say that I've heard of this specific thing. I'm supportive of the adding that time in general at a future meeting. Normally discussion items are attended by some prepared materials. I don't think that we have that given the late breaking kind of notice of the thing. So I'm going to vote no, but I'm certainly supportive of doing that at a future meeting.
Understood. Julie, go ahead.
I think, I would prefer to have this be on the work session agenda, and not tonight. So, that would be one of the reasons that I'm voting no. I think it's an important conversation, but I think it needs to be delayed.
All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor for the amendment to add the discussion item as stated, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that has been added to the discussion items. Any further amendments to the agenda? I need a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Seeing no move for discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed? Any abstentions? We'll now move on to the equity lens. Just want to emphasize the point that equity lens is critical. It's a critical document. It's a living document. I want to encourage us to continue to ask these questions of ourselves as we continue to make decisions and take actions. One of the areas that I want to focus on is who are the groups affected by this policy, program, practice, or decision, and what are the potential impacts on these groups? This is question 1 of the equity lens. We'll now move on to responses to information requests. Are there any comments or questions in regards to the information requests provided? For those who are online, you can find the document for the information requests on the HTML side of the site, which I am still trying to get used to, which is called, what's that? eScribe. Thank you. I'm going to say board docs probably for the next year. So anyway. Any further questions or comments in regards to the information requests? Otherwise, we'll move on to public comment. All right. Seeing none, we'll move on to public comment. We have 13, maybe 14 speakers. 13. Since that falls below the threshold of 20, we will keep it at 3 minutes per speaker. I encourage everyone to, of course, keep to that time. We do want to hear you. We do want to listen to you. I know it's been a really significant meetings that we've had recently, a lot of emotions around them and everything like that. And I just want to simply just state that we want to hear you, we want to listen, but we also want to be respectful of each other. If you have to attack an individual to make your point, that's not, you're not necessarily making your point. Focus on issues rather than people. Also, I know it's really, we have a desire to applaud when we hear someone speak. I encourage you to use ASL gestures to allow for applause. That allows for the meeting to continue forward. We will not respond directly to public comments and refer those issues directly to the president. So with that, our first, and really quickly, we do start with students first, and then we move on to the general public. Who's our first speaker?
Our first speaker of the night is Zachary Smith, and our second speaker is Richard Reardon.
And do we have anyone online? No, okay. Excellent. Oh yeah, and I apologize. If you come to the podium for speaking, that'd be great. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Members of the board and President Boardrow, my name is Zachary Smith. I am a student here at Lane. I started taking classes in fall of 25. Both my parents went to community colleges. My grandparents and great-grandparents were educators. A love for education and learning has been passed down through generations in my family. For me, the passion I have for learning has come not only from my family, but also from the amazing teachers and coaches I have had. I have only been at Lane for 2.5 terms, and I am getting concerned. The teachers I have had here have been wonderful. They are extremely knowledgeable about the subjects they teach. I want to learn more about the topics they teach. But when the content of a 4-year degree has been boiled down to a 2-year program, you can only scratch the surface of what they know. What's concerning is how programs are getting cut. Cutting programs should be a last resort when a budget deficit arises. When schools start to cut programs, it shows bigger issues than just the budget. Currently, in my opinion, Lane is run more like a private corporation rather than a public school. The last I checked, this school is named Lane Community College. As a school, you have a duty to your students and also to our community, which we share. And by cutting programs, you neglect that duty. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Richard Reardon. Following is Amelia Hampton.
Welcome.
Yeah, good to see you. This thing formats really badly, but that's all right. Good morning, or good evening, members of the board, President Bolger. I'm Richard Reardon. I'm a student at Lane. My father is right there, and he works here. Now, last meeting, I made an observation that is difficult to ignore, namely the interest in the budget over student well-being, and even at times political intrigue. But first, there's a myth I feel compelled to dispel in detail. The myth, it goes something along like this. See, when the application portal to health information management was closed, students and faculty were in on the loop. The trouble with this myth is that it suffers from a rather serious defect, that being, it has no basis in reality. Students were not informed, actually, nor were the faculty. The people affected found out after the fact, which is a curious form of communication, mostly because it lacks the crucial communicating aspect of it. But that's not what concerns me the most. What concerns me the most is how the people who orchestrated the outcome, the suspension of HIM and criminal justice, took every concern from public comment and pressed it into one flat, convenient, easy to dismiss single scalar variable called, well, you see, they're just passionate about their programs, but we have to be the adults in the room and go forward with the cuts anyways because it's about balancing the budget. And it kind of gives away the game, doesn't it? Listening would mean responding to students, faculty, community members, and the people with actual expertise, namely that individual from Kaiser. But instead, they evaded. Now, listening's hard sometimes. I get it. Sometimes we just don't really care. But when the student president reminded them what the concerns really were, they talked past him, which is, that's one way to conduct a conversation if the goal is to avoid having one. I shouldn't have to explain to everyone in this room why this is insulting. Their actions have rendered their own verdict that our concerns aren't worth addressing seriously. That's fine, because the second thing they give away is their priority. I heard over and over again that the budget must be balanced. That's okay. We can disagree about how serious that issue is and how honestly it's been presented another time. But in their framing, their priority is not the students, it's the budget. Now, allow me to remind everyone sitting here today what ground you are sitting at right now. A public college, not a private firm, not a restructuring exercise, not a consulting project with classrooms attached. A public college. You cannot run a college like a business, and it's not a catchy slogan, it's a value. When students are treated as obstacles to a spreadsheet, the claim that students comes first becomes counterfeit currency. It may still have the design printed on it, but it has no value.
Finish your thought. Good job. Thank you.
Next, we have Amelia Hampton. Following is Kira Kawasaki.
Welcome.
Hi. Good evening, President Bolger, President Olson, members of the board. Speaking today, not as a member of student government, but as a student and the former student body president. Last month, the responsibility of shared governance when it came to adjusting the agenda was unfairly placed on the student trustee. Let me ask you a few questions. Did anyone ask President Olson to clarify his motion? Where was the discussion about the order of the agenda? Assumptions were made, and our constituents are right to be angry. This was not just an accommodation for our student body president. It was a misjudgment by the board, and you didn't seek clarification to ensure it was implemented properly. This level of disregard makes me feel disrespected as a student of this college. And I find it especially disheartening that this was President Olson's first interaction with you. Seriously, what are we doing here? Some words from my Vice President, Graham McFarland. As the Vice President, I felt very offended that there are members of the board who disregarded President Olson, that I had to sit in the crowd and watch that happen to my president. Back to me. I'm glad to see the board's relationship with President Bolger has been improving. I believe there should be the same level of respect and consideration shown to the student trustee, and by extension, to all students of Lane. This is not a request. It is a standard you should have met already. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kira Kawasaki. Following is Ann Nguyen.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm so nervous right now. I'm Kira Kawasaki. My major is business. I also in SGA for engagement. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Next, we have Ann Nguyen. Following is Princess Hebert.
Welcome.
Hello everyone, my name is An Nguyen and my major is cybersecurity. I'm here today, so I just want to show up and say hi with everyone because this is my first time doing Atlanta AGA Senator. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Next, we have Princess Hebert. Following is Jay Frazier.
Welcome.
Hello. I spoke to you all. Hi, everyone. My name is Princess. I spoke to you all, I think it was a couple months ago. This is my second time. I want to echo what a lot of the other students have been saying. I want to use my voice to amplify theirs and also speak off the cuff like I did last time. I'm a busy college student doing work study and also trying to be involved in student engagement. I'm the vice president of a student organization on campus, the Gender and Sexuality Alliance. I'm also studying nursing in terms of my academics, and I personally, and from what I've been hearing from a lot of other students, are upset about a lot of programs being cut, especially since I understand that it is because of budgets, and I get that we need those to be in line to have solvency so that, you know, even though it is a public institution, if we don't have money, obviously the school can't go on. However, there are a lot of line items that can be cut, and I have not yet heard of any cuts from the top. It's always programs that I often hear are even potentially profitable. I'm quite ignorant on some of these things, I'll admit, but it's just weird to want to cut programs that a lot of students, you know, I've heard some people say that it's because they're passionate about it. I think part of the passion is because they see other people suffering with it. If it was a one-off, if they're like, oh, well, I get it, then I think people would be okay with it. But I think one important thing to remember is that for every student you see come up here, there's another couple dozen who this person who's speaking to you touches, and they didn't have the time or the energy or know how to show up here. And so I'm doing my best to speak up for those people. I plan to be more involved with showing up at the board meetings. I just applied to the nursing program and I find out in a few weeks. Although, as other students have said, I'm beginning to become worried. Although I'm not in the health information management program, I did take at least one class from that, the legal and ethical aspects of healthcare, which I was kind of surprised is not part of the curriculum for nursing, because that was very enlightening, very helpful for me. And if that program is cut, then those kinds of classes will be gone potentially. And then as well, the criminology program I've heard great things about. And I was also thinking about doing some of those classes because potentially after nursing school, I've thought about in the future doing law school. I think it's very good to have these kinds of programs, especially at a community college, to give students the breadth of understanding and the ideas of where they can go in the future. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jay Frazier, and following is Peggy Oberstaller.
Excellent. While Jay's coming up here, to the student senators, congratulations and welcome.
Good evening, board members, President Bolger and President Olson. I'm reading this statement on behalf of a colleague who could not be here. The Budget Development Subcommittee is a place for college-wide dialogue on budget issues. So, what role did the BDS play in developing the mitigation plan? Well, BDS received no version of the mitigation plan before cuts were announced. BDS members had asked the administration, "What is the plan?" They were told there wasn't one, which begs the question, why did the administration avoid BDS when creating the mitigation plan? Another colleague shared this observation. While we did not receive the mitigation plan at all, it is accurate to say, one, we did receive late-breaking complex assumptions without time to consider them. Two, discussion of assumptions was limited with no agreement on things like the 6% personnel cost increase. And three, no agreement was reached on most of these assumptions. The one number that I did feel good about was the college's growth rate, which, while an estimate, was informed and discussed over time, as has been our practice with other assumptions in the past. Under normal circumstances, BDS has the opportunity to discuss parameters such as tuition increase, personnel cost increase, and enrollment growth. The forecast modeling tool, which I'm sure you all know about, is a spreadsheet that shows the effect of changing such numbers. Minor changes to parameters can make the budget swing from terrible to amazing. It is important to note that the BDS never concluded that there was a budget crisis. BDS did spend time debating tuition. We reached a conclusion that was not unanimous, but was sent forward to the college. College Council made their own decision, which is as it should be. What prevented unanimity was passion from students and concerns that tuition was already high, forcing students to drop out because they couldn't afford it. That is all extremely valid. Countering that is the concern that we're cutting potential revenue. At various points in the past, we have defaulted to the federal higher ed inflation rate, which is 3.6%. This year's increase is a third of that. The net effect of a low tuition increase and exaggerated personnel costs is to create the sense of impending crisis. If there truly is a budget crisis, not making cuts would be irresponsible. However, many of us are not convinced that there is a budget crisis, but rather that this combination of exaggerated expenses and constrained revenue is creating the illusion of a crisis. The Budget Development Subcommittee needs to have a role in debating and evaluating all budget assumptions. Faculty and staff need to weigh in. Please return to our long-standing practice of healthy debate of all budget assumptions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Peggy Oberstaller, and following is Amy Beasley.
Welcome.
Good evening, President Bolger, President Olson, and board members. I'm reading this statement on behalf of Marianne Farrington, a part-time faculty member who couldn't be here tonight. She writes, as a union member, part-time faculty member, and in solidarity with my colleagues, I wish to ask why my classes are being cut when every term they are at full capacity with a waiting list, which means they consistently make money for Lane Community College. Cutting classes that generate net revenue only creates a loss for the college's budget, for students, for faculty, and the community. I understand the college claims to have financial difficulties, but I do not understand how cutting classes that bring income for the college every term is helping these financial difficulties. I was hired in October 2001 and have been a faithful educator and instructor since that date. As a part-time faculty, since my classes have always filled and they always have waiting lists, why are my classes canceled? I understand that Lane has a bottom line, but I also have a bottom line based on my income from LCC that has been abruptly canceled, which has hurt me and my family. I would like to understand how classes that bring money into LCC consistently can be canceled with no notice or any explanation that makes sense. Students have lost their one credit that they needed for financial aid or to complete their degree. How is this helping the student body of LCC? Not only are my classes being canceled, important programs are also being cut, and I am hearing in the community how egregious and hurtful this is to the futures of students enrolled at Lane Community College. Thank you.
You.
Next, we have Amy Beasley. Following is Zara Pastos.
Good evening, board members, President Bulger, President Olson. I'm Amy Beasley here in solidarity with my LCCEA faculty colleagues. I'd like to talk to the board about the illusion that the campus community participates in critical decisions, that our input is sought out and considered, and that there is a mechanism in place to ensure our participation moving forward. I think you've been told that that is happening, but that is not happening. For example, over the past year, the administration implemented thought exchanges and listening sessions. As my colleague Paula Toney articulated in her April 27 email to you, these were very superficial interactions. They cannot be considered meaningful input from the campus. In their recent recommendation to cut programs, the administration maintains that they did a careful review of those programs. Yet this was clearly a surprise to the program's coordinators. How is it even possible to conduct such a review without the program coordinator even knowing about it, much less participating in the process? The coordinator's thoughtful emails and public comments revealed how they might have helped with these decisions, including raising very serious questions about the data and the process, had they been asked. I'm also reminded of President Olson's comments urging you to consult with students who know as well as anyone how effectively we're preparing them for their futures. But we don't even learn of these things until after the narratives are solidly in place and the opportunity for deliberation has passed. We do what we can. We send our emails, even though some board members have stated very clearly that they ignore those. We try to cram everything we have to say into 3 or even 2-minute comments, and then hear board members complain that public comments get too long, interfering with the board's ability to do its work. Respectfully, as elected officials, I'd say hearing from the public is absolutely central to your work. Meanwhile, board meeting agendas are populated by speakers from administration. You have the time to ask the VPs as many questions as you need to, but there is quite simply no mechanism for you to hear from the rest of the campus in any real way. Here are the things I hope. I hope that you consider our knowledge, our experience, our expertise to be indispensable, that you will not want to make those decisions without hearing from those of us who are in the classrooms helping students, making our programs in this campus run. I therefore hope that when these big decisions need to be made, that you will carve out space for us, because there is no other way you will hear what we have to contribute. To that end, I hope you'll include us in agenda items where the decisions are being debated, when you're asking questions and working through the issues. I hope you'll direct the president to truly listen and participate meaningfully in our shared governance system, which is in place for this very reason. I hope you'll insist on evidence that there's been meaningful participation from the broader campus community and refuse to move forward when you don't have the depth of information you need and you aren't getting clear and satisfying answers to your questions. I hope you'll read your emails and that you'll remember what public comments mean for someone in an elected position with a duty to represent the public. I hope you agree that our participation matters, but if you do, you will need to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Zara Pastos, and following is Wendy Simmons.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Zara Pastos. I'm a union member and a descendant of the Confederated Tribes of the Flathead Nation. I want to begin by recognizing and thanking a few people from the April 22nd board meeting. Chair Fulnagi for stressing an equity lens and connecting workforce development to community safety. Board Member Rust for emphasizing your responsibility as elected officials to engage in thoughtful, transparent decision-making, and President Olson for continuing to so eloquently advocate for students and ensuring they have a voice in decisions that directly affect them. I also want to remind us that we are on the traditional homelands of the Kalapuya people, land taken through unjust treaties and forced removal and termination. This history is not distant or finished. It lives in the present, and it obligates us to make decisions with awareness, accountability, and respect here on Kalapuya land. Here's my concern. What we are seeing is a rushed process, a lack of respect for many students, program coordinators, faculty, and staff, and a manufactured sense of crisis. The idea that immediate action is the only option, and that consequences will worsen if we slow down. That urgency is being used to justify decisions without the inclusion and deliberation that shared governance requires. This reflects a broader pattern. Like many institutions of higher education built within settler colonial systems, this college operates with a top-down structure that prioritizes speed, linear progress, and quick outcomes. In that model, process is undervalued, and the voices of those most impacted are often the most marginalized. In contrast, Native and Indigenous governance traditions emphasize cyclical time, long-term responsibility, and decision-making that considers impacts across 7 generations. That framework asks us to slow down, to listen, and to weigh not just immediate results, but lasting consequences. Right now, the narrative of a structural budget deficit feels more like a corporate business plan rather than a shared governance process. We hear that there just isn't time. But when time is compressed, what gets lost? Meaningful dialogue, trust, inclusion. We also see defensiveness, structures that protect power rather than clarify how it should be used, and a focus on quantity over quality, where meeting agendas take priority over people being heard. That tension weakens democratic decision-making. I urge you to slow this process down, rebuild trust, and fully engage students, faculty, classified staff, and program coordinators. Apply a 7th generation lens, one that accounts not only for financial costs, but also for the costs to morale, credibility, and the long-term health of this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Wendy Simmons, and following is Jen Sacklin.
Welcome.
Good evening, board members, President Bolger and President Olson. I'm Wendy Simmons, and I'm speaking in solidarity with my faculty colleagues. I'm speaking tonight about recommendations to the board from the ad hoc committee on public comment. I'm very concerned about one of the recommendations, the idea of placing a time cap on public comment. If we could get back to the times when we felt heard, valued, and listened to, if we could have true collaboration between faculty and the administration, if there was transparency, there would be far less public commenters. We come because this is one of the only places we can share our knowledge and wisdom, where we can be heard and do what's right by our students and this college. What we say is important. We send emails, but it sounds like not every board member reads them. So we come here where we only have 3 minutes, and many times just 2, to give public testimony. And now you want to place a time cap on public comment. You are elected officials, and we expect that you would want and encourage public comment. Board Policy 2200 says the Board of Education governs on behalf of the citizens of Lane Community College in accordance with the authority granted to it by the state law, and that the board is committed to fulfilling its responsibility to, among others, represent the public interest and assure the board operates in an open, accessible, welcoming spirit and maintains a culture that supports Lane's Community College commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Public comments are essential to these meetings, to the work that you do, and are essential to a democratic process. It's amazing to me how many people have come to make public comments in the last couple of years. This is not something anyone does casually. When someone walks up to this microphone, it takes careful preparation and planning, and like you've heard, energy, nerves, and a lot of courage. Public comment is just as, if not more important, than other parts of these board meetings. If we felt included in important decisions that affect us, our students, and our classified professional colleagues, respectfully, we wouldn't make our long work days even longer by coming to these meetings to provide testimony. I urge you not to limit one of the few avenues we have to make our voices heard, to share our knowledge, to express our concerns, and help shape a future that keeps our students at the core of all we do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jen Sacklin. Following is Eric Kim.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jen Sacklin. I'm a part-time faculty member in English as a second language and in Career Pathways, and a part-time classified staff member in Career Pathways. Last Friday, May 1st, International Labor Day, LCC had our all-employee spring conference. Attendance is mandatory for all full-time employees and optional but paid for all part-time employees. We're talking thousands and thousands of dollars of employee time. The day starts with 90 minutes of the entire college coming together and then splits into breakout rooms. This opportunity only happens twice a year, once in fall in-service and once in spring. How should we spend that valuable time? Our college may be in a budget crisis. We've had to let several people go. Tensions are high. Should we? Option A, have leadership spend 90 minutes giving a presentation describing in detail the plan for the future, our chart through these murky waters. When I was an employee at Lynn Benton Community College, I attended a fantastic in-service where their administration went through their college's institutional effectiveness scorecards, highlighting what each area was doing well and their concrete plans to make improvements in other areas. What are our metrics for success? How are we currently doing? Or option B, could we use that 90 minutes to actually get started on some needed college-wide work? Dr. Bulger has announced 3 work groups for getting employee input on the budget for fiscal year 2028, operations, support services, and academics. Maybe we could start with the 20-minute pep talk by the president, then we can actually roll up our sleeves and get something done. Or option C, juggling. Pay us all to sit and watch a mildly entertaining juggler and his sidekick, a singer wearing a sequined vest, singing. I kid you not, Elton John's I'm Still Standing. The employees you let go are not still standing. I mean, they're still here till the end of spring term. They were in the audience because attendance at spring conference is mandatory. That song and the entire performance felt like a cruel joke. How much did we pay those jugglers? How many job losses does that translate into? I'm sorry, Rick and Christina and Kevin and Sarah and Jenny and Alan and all the upcoming C3 cuts. I'm sorry you lost your positions, but at least you got to see some juggling before you leave. Dr. Bulger, one of your goals is to improve campus climate, and I want that, please. But I can promise you, bread and circuses is not the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
And our final speaker of the night is Eric Kim.
Good evening, Lane Community College Board of Education, Dr. Bulger, SGA President Olson. My name's Eric Kim. When making a decision in a hurry or in the absence of knowledge, people can make decisions based on their feelings. Psychologists call this the affective heuristic. One survey asked, should American schools teach Arabic numerals? If you don't know what Arabic numerals are, you can be responsible. Look it up, find out what Arabic numerals are. That takes time. In our culture, we reinforce fast responses and respond quickly with how we feel. Unfortunately, many Americans have negative feelings about Arabic-related things and don't realize we already teach Arabic numerals and use it in the classroom and use it in everyday life. Relying on your feelings can lead up to 50% of respondents to say, no, we shouldn't teach Arabic numerals. Learning about the dark chapters of history feels uncomfortable. Using the affective heuristic, we judge uncomfortable history as wrong. Seeking information consistent with our belief is comforting. Using the affective heuristic, we judge the process as good. Social change can make us uncomfortable. Using the affective heuristic, we judge social change as a change in the wrong direction. Deciding based on feelings can lead to inconsistencies and risks bad decisions as a leader, parent, or student. As leaders in our community, we need to encourage students to slow their thinking down. If you recall from October 2025, I bet you read the first line wrong, and the second, and the third. I did. Fast reading leads to errors. Careful thinking is slower and reduces biases and errors. We need to recognize when we're deciding based on feelings and not careful evaluation. We need to think about reasons why we're wrong when making decisions. We need to help people become comfortable with the uncomfortable. These make a better version of you. This is good for being a leader, a student, and an employee in the workplace. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That concludes, excellent. That concludes public comment. I know we usually do a bio break after, before reports, but I'll do a bio break check when we pass the consent agenda here so we can get through reports and the consent agenda. So we'll move on to reports. We'll start with the Student Government Association report and then move on to the LCCEA. President Olson.
I'm sorry, but point of personal privilege. I really do need a bio break.
Oh,
And
okay.
so I'm fine if you want to continue, but I really do need one. So
Oh, okay.
I got to step away.
Is the group okay for a bio break before reports? Okay, excellent. We'll go ahead and take a bio break right now. Let's do 5 minutes. So we'll return at 6:50. 6:50. Know when we're back online?
Yes.
Excellent. All right, we're going to be coming back into the meeting here. All right, we will now move on to reports. We'll start with the Student Government Association report and then move on to LCCEA. Thank you everyone for the little intermission there. So yeah, President Olson.
Good evening, members of the board. Student government has officially been in office for a month now. In our first month, we have completed numerous trainings with multiple different administrators and people around campus, and many of them joining us today in this room. It's been very informative and very helpful, so I say thank you to everybody. Along with that, we have started a lot of preparation for the Spring Festival and many of the different events that we're doing this month and hopefully going to be getting put together for commencement, as well as a gift amounting to just over $5,000 as per our MRU. But we're quite excited with what we put together. In May, we are doing many events, starting with Pirate Craft Day, a financial literacy collaboration with the CARE team, voter awareness drive, and Spring Festival on the 28th. Our commencement gift has been put together of multiple different goodie bag items and things to keep, or I should say keepsakes for the students' rest of their lives. Personally, I've been working on a project of bringing back the Oregon Student Association. I've worked together with a roundtable of student governments that are all over the state, and even the United States Student Association, which is the grand student union for the entirety of the nation. That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the LCCEA report, and then we'll go to the LCCEF report. Adrian Mitchell.
Good evening, board members and President Bulger and President Olson. I'll speak briefly on just a couple of topics. One is the budget process. Faculty remain concerned that there are overestimated expenses and underestimated revenues within the budget forecast that lead to false austerity and unnecessary cuts. One example is salary increases that are built into the budget forecast far exceeding actual anticipated increases. And those are salary increases of 6%, 7%, and 7% each year for the next 3 years. Cuts in the mitigation plan only include expenses, but do not consider the reduction in revenue, the lost revenue that comes from cutting programs that generate revenue. For instance, the administration's own presentation from the April 22nd special meeting show a net savings of only $3,000 by cutting the criminal justice program and $142,000 by eliminating the HIM program. These are in the publicly available documents that were presented to all of you as board members on April 22nd. We do not agree with these figures, but using them for the purpose of discussion, they add up to $145,000, not the $534,000 that the mitigation plan claims to save by eliminating the programs. These numbers simply do not add up, and you will find them in the same PowerPoint presentation from April 22nd. Students have been significantly impacted, as highlighted through their testimony at numerous board meetings. And community supporters have weighed in, writing a large number of letters and making many statements in support of the HIM and criminal justice programs. Now, there is another NWCCU complaint being investigated by the accreditors over the treatment of students and implementation of the HIM teach-out, which is sending LCC students to KCC. We're concerned that this is at least the third complaint to the NWCCU within the past year. The Budget Development Subcommittee had not received information in a timely manner that would have allowed a thorough analysis and presentation of alternatives. For instance, we received data only 25 minutes prior to a meeting when we had a deadline for decision-making. Recent private invitations for participation in budget mitigation groups so that groups can participate in a process that we do not believe will actually result in any decision-making and would only subvert the shared governance process. These mitigation groups subverting the shared governance process further erodes trust on campus. Shifting to an entirely different topic, I will provide some brief updates from LCCEA. We're engaged in a lengthy process to finalize our new contract document and look forward to ongoing collaboration with the college. Our LCCEA members are really excited to be involved in numerous statewide endeavors representing our members. We recently sent 7 delegates to the OEA Representative Assembly to spend the weekend together with 600 of our closest colleagues from across the state, debating, voting, following Robert's rules for the entire weekend, and participating in our collective democratic process to set the direction and objectives for our statewide organization. Together with our colleagues, we're engaged in the political process with the current primary elections as we continue to work fervently to ensure that we can increase community college funding statewide through the election of pro-public education legislators. In addition, we're working together on advocacy on behalf of all of our community college institutions regarding the implications of HB 4124, which requires the HEC to conduct a study of a higher education system in Oregon, a system. Finally, we're saving some time for fun and we'll hold an LCCEA membership picnic later this month to unwind and celebrate our collaborative work and success as a faculty and a democratic union. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the LCCEF report, Tammy Hill, and followed that by the president's report. Tammy.
I was enjoying sitting down. Okay, first I just want to say that we're very pleased with the collaboration outcome for the printing and graphics department. I want to express my appreciation for the recent outcome regarding the printing and graphics department that it will remain open. This success was only possible because the administration paused, listened, and chose to collaborate with the stakeholders. This resulted in an optimal solution that all parties can support. Let's not let this be a one-time occurrence. By making this level of transparency and cooperation our default, we can avoid unnecessary unrest and continue building a stronger, more trusting community. I wanted to clear something up. I had spoke about manager salaries and the wages and how inappropriate they are, la, 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 la. But what I wanted to add was that my comments at that board meeting, I want to clarify that they're not intended as personal criticisms. That's not what it's about. It's no individual person or anything like that. My concern is with the process and the framework used to determine manager compensation, where those decisions consistently reflect equity, transparency, responsible stewardship of public resources, and leadership's reasonability to lead by example in times requiring shared accountability. Okay. At the spring conference, President Bolger requested examples or asked for examples or reasons for employee distrust towards her and the executive team. While I can't speak for all employees, I can provide examples from the perspective of the classified employees. Learning about department closures, like originally P&G, and programs like HIM and criminal justice, only when they're proposed to the board for approval or when students are notified from other colleges. Major changes that the colleges implements without prior notification to the stakeholders, not allowing departments to address or improve their situations before being cut. Nobody knows the department better than those working in it. Also, at the spring conference, the president referenced the Gallup poll, which indicated low engagement and higher levels of disengagement among the employees. Using the boat analogy, the president described actively engaged employees as those rowing towards the goals, disengaged employees as observers, and actively disengaged employees as working against progress. This issue is less about individual motivation and more about a reflection of distrust, distance, and culture resulting from the relationship between employees.
I'm sorry, point of order, Chair. I'm getting a little uncomfortable. No offense, Tammy, but this starts to get into an area where we're actively criticizing the president in this comment section here. I mean,
what would you like me to call her?
Well, we have a board policy,
So-
Chair.
Yeah. So we have a point of order. So we have a point of order. I think what I was hearing here in the spirit of this was that she was clarifying previous comments in regards to what was being said.
Well, that was the first statement. That was the first statement. I'm talking about the rest of it.
Understood. And there is some additional information that she is providing. I will say that the point of order is not well taken, and they have the right to clarify their statements and provide information as necessary.
Okay.
Thank you.
Tammy, go ahead.
I'm responding because the questions were asked, so I'm providing answers. Okay, the issue is less about individual motivation and more about a reflection of distrust, distance, and culture resulting from the relationship between employees and the president and the cabinet's decision-making progress. Additionally, we're concerned about the lack of accountability when managers make inappropriate comments or engage in unprofessional behavior toward employees without apparent consequences. These concerns I personally have shared of this nature have been at the executive level over time, yet employees continue to see little visible action or resolution. Accountability and respectful workplace standards must be applied consistently to all levels of the institution to build trust, maintain morale, and foster a healthy workplace culture. One of the president's priorities is to improve the climate, and this is one of the factors that directly impacts it. It might be one of the most important. Okay. As the college moves towards developing a new strategic plan, there have been questions regarding the intended process, specifically whether the work will be led by internal governance or outsourced to an external firm. Given our current climate and budget reductions and layoffs, could the administration clarify the planned approach? We're eager to understand how the college will prioritize fiscal responsibility while ensuring that faculty and classified remain at the heart of the planning process. Okay, I've read the ad hoc committee's recommendation in the board packet regarding public comment. I've also attended the ad hoc meetings. I want to express my concerns about the proposed changes that limit public comment time. Public comment is one of the few direct avenues the community has to engage with its elected representatives. Any changes that limit when, how, or who can speak risk the narrowing of access and, in doing so, undermine the very purpose of a community college, which is to serve the public. A community college belongs to its students, staff, and the broader public. Policies that constrain their ability to be heard send a wrong message about whose voices are valued in institutional decision-making. I urge the board to retain the current public comment process, which is number 1 on the list, and disregard 2 and 3, which, as they stand, place restrictions on public comments. The existing structure allows for meaningful participation and should be preserved to ensure continued transparency, access, and community engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, for reports, the president's report. President Holder.
Yes, thank you for always the opportunity to share a few words about the college and some of my experiences here. Michael Olson, Trustee Olson, talked about the orientation meetings that we've been having, and I'm thinking that I was part of that. I'm hoping, and we had one this week, and I have been absolutely delighted with those conversations. We have been talking about what's working for the students, where the gaps are, and what they need to succeed. My own thinking has been sharpened as a result about what institutional decisions can look like from a student's perspective. The second experience that I've had in the last few days is being on a community panel. It was right here on campus, and it was about childcare in Lane County. It was a professional development event with daycare centers and individuals who run and own daycare centers within the county. It was absolutely delightful to talk about our early childhood education program and brag a little bit on how we support the community with childcare. And then finally, one of the recent reports that we're going to be sharing with the board and the community is about Lane Community College's economic impact. We had that report just completed. It's for the 2023-2024 year. But one of the statistics that I like to share with groups is that on average, students who earn an associate degree can make $8,600 on average with an associate degree compared to a high school diploma. We're going to share this report. It's got a lot of statistics about our impact on the community, and this just amplifies the value of Lane Community College. If we didn't have Lane Community College, we'd have to create it. So thank you so much for the board, for your support, and to the college community. I'm listening to you, and that is my report this evening.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the consent agenda. Is there any items that would like to be removed from the consent agenda? I do have a question that probably would take less than 30 seconds and it would avoid having to withdraw something from the consent agenda. So as a result, I just had a quick question in regards to the 27-28 calendar, President Bulger. We have on May 1st of 2028, there will be a general strike, a nationwide general strike. And to avoid things like interruption for students, making sure that we have risk mitigation, student success, operational continuity, equity to access, and so forth. Are we thinking of any plans or developing any plans in regards to that to maybe make that a planned non-institutional or not planned non-instructional day, or maybe like just having a flexible academic calendar for that specific day, just because of the potential interruptions that we can experience with a nationwide general strike?
Point of order, Chair.
oh,
This is
well-
getting past just a minor question. Maybe we should pull this so we could have a discussion about it.
Well, it can be answered in 30 seconds. That's why I'm trying to
But
avoid.
your question is taking longer than that. That's why I'm point of ordering.
I did not know it was less than 30 seconds, but we will go ahead. If I can add, just hear a response from the president, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Well, it hasn't been considered, and if you'd like for us to consider that, I don't know if there are some constraints on this calendar change, and I'd have to defer to someone in the audience for that. I think this is Don Whiting related to the calendar.
Yeah.
These were minor tweaks in the calendar. What you're talking about is a pretty broad
Yeah, exactly.
consideration of a change, something that the board may want to discuss, actually.
Totally, yeah.
So it's because it's not necessarily related.
Yeah, totally.
So both of these calendars are something that you all have already approved, and there's just one minor adjustment. If there are considerations for additional adjustments, we will have to go back and adjust our systems and otherwise, because we have accommodated them with the approved calendars as they are, with the one minor change. I would ask that you consider the impact to students. Anytime we adjust these calendars, it does have a pretty big impact on them. So if there are going to be disruptions or otherwise, we will impact classroom time.
Understood. Thank you. My question was answered. I don't need to withdraw it from the consent agenda. So thank you. All right. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move we approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Yeah, and I'll second.
Excellent. It's been motioned and seconded to approve the consent agenda. All those seeing no desire for discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you very much. We'll now move on to the first action item. Let me go ahead and just start off with a little bit of background here, and then I will pass it off to actually Vice Chair Russ, since it's his appointment here. The Budget Committee consists of 7 members of the Board of Education, as well as 7 citizens of the community. Each board member appoints 1 citizen to the committee for a term of 3 years. Terms are staggered so that about a third of the appointed terms end each year. The Budget Committee reviews the proposed budget each fiscal year and makes recommendation on the budget in accordance with Oregon local budget law for final enactment. There is currently 1 vacancy in the Budget Committee, which is the appointment for Jerry Rust. And as an item, Jerry Rust communicated that he would like to name Jim Arnold to be submitted for consideration to serve on the Budget Committee through June 30th of 2026. Jerry, would you like to speak on this since your appointment?
Thank you very much. We had 2 excellent candidates come forward with, I hope you all got to see the resumes, pretty impressive. And I've spoken with both candidates, and I'd like to recommend Jim Arnold for the board's consideration to fill the remainder of this term. I think it ends on July 1st. We're going to have to do this again. So anyway, with that, Mr. Chairman, if you would permit a motion.
Yeah, so you bring it forward is a motion. You just need to be seconded.
Okay,
Yep.
I so move.
I'll second.
Excellent. It's been moved and seconded to appoint Jim Arnold to the Budget Committee through June 30th of 26 for Committee 1. Is there, we'll start with the Vice Chair for discussion, and then we'll open up for discussion. Go ahead.
Well, again, two tremendous candidates who want to serve this county. And Mr. Arnold, I believe, has a background in studying academics, higher academics. And so I think he'll fit into our budget committee. Thank you.
Excellent. Any further discussion? Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. Mr. Arnold has an impressive resume, and I think it's fair before we move forward. It's important that we're all operating with the same context around this appointment, and it's important, I think, for folks to understand that Mr. Arnold has been very active in public discussions about the college, which he has a perfect right to do. You know, we live in a great country that freedom of speech is a foundational right and value. And it's just, again, it's fair to point out that he's been consistently critical of both the administration and the board, and he's called for the immediate removal of President Bolger. Again, he has an absolute right to those views, and public engagement is part of a healthy institution. So I'm not criticizing his viewpoints at all. And I want to acknowledge Trustee Russ for bringing forward a candidate who's clearly engaged and paying attention. So thank you. I'm not going to oppose this nomination to the Budget Committee, but I am concerned about role alignment. The Budget Committee members have a very narrow duty to fulfill, and that is to move a budget forward based on the framework that the board has already adopted. So I just want to make sure that we're operating with a shared understanding as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
I have just want to say that his views mean nothing to me one way or the other as far as this appointment. And I simply looked at his credentials, his background, and his willingness to serve. I'd also say he's got a great disposition. He actually smiles when you talk to him. So I think he's going to be okay.
Important lesson. Smile when you talk to people. Very good for you. Just to chime in here. I will say that I feel that this is a good appointment to the Budget Committee. What I feel like when I look at all the different Budget Committee members, their background, lived experiences, and so forth, I think Jim brings there's some institutional knowledge of budgetary process, as well as some other information that he has gained from his experience, both in his education, lived experiences, and work, that I think would be an added asset to the overall conversation that we have as a Budget Committee. It's really important for us to have different perspectives, to bring different perspectives, even if we disagree with those perspectives. And with that, I am going to be voting yes on this appointment and look forward to having a full Budget Committee to have further discussions around the budget and so forth. Zach, go ahead.
I just wanted to state, Mr. Arnold applied to serve on this board previously. He was very qualified then, and I think many of us considered appointing him to this full board. And so I think this is a great place for him to land to serve this college. And I look forward to meeting with you, to working with you, Jim. Thanks.
I forgot to mention my comments. I also wanted to appreciate the other applicant. Incredible resume. Thank you for the work that you're doing in the Florence community. It's really impressive to see. So thank you. All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor for the appointment of Jim Arnold to the Budget Committee signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Any abstentions? Oh, abstain. Excellent. Kevin Altucker, abstain. All right. Moving on, we are going to the Coordinated Framework for Institutional Direction. President Bolt.
Mhm. Yes, I shared this framework for the board's consideration. What the framework does is it brings together three processes, and the processes are so related that to the point of the one of the earlier speakers in public comment who talked about metrics of success. This will help to make visible those metrics of success. So the three processes are the strategic plan, and we're closing out the strategic plan. That's a 5-year plan. It's the 5-year plan that I came in with. It's closing 2027. We're in the pre-development phase for that new strategic plan. The FY27 goals, which would be my goals, and then also the board's governance self-assessment as well. And so the difference in this particular plan, you can see in the timeline. The timeline would include a little bit of a change for the board. The timeline would include in July, I would be presenting my goals at the work session time. And then in September, the board would have its retreat as opposed to having the retreat in July. And what that does is it allows the leadership of the board that would be appointed on July 1, I believe it's July 1, the first Wednesday of July. It would allow the new leadership to, or the existing leadership, or however that works out, to actually have a role to play in planning the retreat in the fall.
All right. Any discussion or questions? All right, seeing none.
Sorry, I did, but I'm looking for my notes. I'm sorry.
No worries, no worries.
President Bulger, excuse me, I can't find the wording I was looking for, but in your, the framework, the coordinated plan, you kind of started to daylight a little bit some new goals for the institution, the community. This is where I'm gonna mess up the words, the vibrancy of the community and the sort of wraparound support, post graduation support. I think it's so interesting, exciting, and I'm just wondering when we're gonna hear more about that.
We're going to hear more in a few ways. Actually, I asked the college community on May 1st at the spring conference. I talked about the percentage of households in poverty in our county. And I said, does this sound like something, a needle that we might want to move as Lane Community College, working with the community? And I heard several people say yes. So that's about economic mobility and the vitality of this community. So we'll hear more about it in multiple ways. That's part of the Aspen Fellowship experience, which I will share with you at every single moment during this experience. It's also connected to something called Achieving the Dream Community Vibrancy Series. We're going into a deep dive in our data, and that is in a group of vice presidents and some other managers, and then faculty and classified professionals. And we will be starting to roll that out so that we can get more input starting in the fall. In September, late September is the fall in service. I'll be rolling that out. We'll be into the strategic planning phase at that time, and we'll be doing something called capacity cafes, which will include the college community and also the external community. So the board would be included in that as well, and I'm looking forward to having a comprehensive process for this next strategic plan.
We got Zach and then Kevin. Go ahead, Zach.
Can you talk a little bit more about the timeline and the process to develop the next strategic plan, opportunities for the campus community to be involved, what the board's role and timeline with that process will be?
Mm-hmm. The pre-planning has started now, and the kickoff of the strategic planning effort will happen during fall in service. Some of the timeline will be completed by that time, but it will kick off at that point. The strategic plan will be developed over the next several months, and it will be finalized by the end of the spring quarter so that there's an actual physical document. The strategic plan will take place. It will become active on July 1 of 2027. 2027.
Thank you.
We'll go on to Kevin and then Julie.
Thank you, Chair. So I read the document, and there were a few things that jumped out at me that I was intrigued with, and one of them was the idea of this the concept of community vibrancy and the the reverberating echoes and effects that LCC has on our community, and it made me think about opportunities for the board to work with you, the president of the college, in terms of talking about addressing the enrollment cliff that we all hear about, the demographic shift that we're going to have a smaller cohort of traditionally aged college students that are going to be applying to the college. But this idea of community vibrancy made me think of, well, there's a large opportunity perhaps of older students and folks who are trying to retool or just gain some skills or take some classes that they're interested in. So I think your plan, this document, lays out just really logically some opportunities that I hope the board can explore with you.
Looking forward to that.
Julie.
Thank you, Chair, and Kevin, for your remarks. You pretty much highlighted a lot of the things that I saw too. And so thank you. So my question is, this is under the action items, and I would like to know what the action President Bolger would like us to make it this time.
The action is to accept this concept, this framework, but it also is a change for the board. The change is that the board would not have its retreat in July. It would have its retreat in September. The board would do a self-assessment that would be around that July-August timeframe to complete it. It would be talked about at the retreat in September, and the president would share goals for FY27 at the work session in July. So there are some big changes to the timeline that the board has been accustomed to.
Well, if I may, can I continue?
Oh, yeah, I was just saying, if you were looking for language, it is on the first page if you're looking for language for a motion. So, yeah.
On the
First page, yeah, move to approve the coordinated framework for institutional direction, FY27 presidential goals, and governance self-assessment.
So I'll do that so I can continue to talk. So whatever he just said, I move that we do that.
I'll second her motion so she can talk.
Sorry, didn't mean to put words in anybody's mouth.
No, that was
but,
great because
yeah.
I still couldn't quite find it. So,
No worries. Yeah. It's been moved and it has been seconded. For purposes of discussion, Julie, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you. So I like the idea of the change of moving the retreat to September. Having been a person who was appointed in July, and having that be my very first experience of the president's goals and new chairs being done and retreat things, it was really confusing. And I thought that it would have been so much better if we had been in September, where not just me as a new person, but just the order of operations of what comes at us as board members. So now going into my second year, coming into July, I would really like us to hone in on getting new leadership, looking at the goals, and really thinking it through on work sessions as we head into our retreat and having it be very intentional in September. So I really support this. I think it's a good plan. I think it takes into consideration the things that have been before us as a board, and kind of fulfills our governance policy by policy role. So thank you for bringing that to us, and I support it 100%. Thank you, Chair.
Of course. Any so we got Steve had his hand up first, and then Jesse. Oh,
well, I've spoken once.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, go ahead, Jesse.
Comment and a question. Echoing what Julie just mentioned, as a new board member coming on and having the retreat almost immediately was a whirlwind for sure. We got through it, but I think moving forward, a September retreat seems more logical for specifically new board members. On that though, are we not violating any board policies by moving this or extending the period of a board chair and vice chair an additional couple of months by doing this, are we?
I don't see any board policies that are being violated. That being said, I will say that it is really critical, though, that the board chair and vice chair be a part of that conversation and be a part of like creating the agenda, setting it forward, and so forth. I have full faith that the president will have those conversations with board chair and vice chair. I will say that also it's kind of an interesting situation in that the previous chair and vice chair are creating a lot of different aspects of the agenda setting aspects of the retreat that comes in July, which is understandable because we elect our chair and vice chair in July. So I definitely see some benefits in allowing for the new chair and vice chair to have a little bit more of a say, or at least a conversation with the president in developing this
Point of
agenda.
information.
Yeah.
I thought I heard that we would have our July meeting where we elect our officers and discuss the president's goals, and our retreat is what takes place in September. I didn't hear that we were changing the election of officers. Did I get that wrong? in this
No, I
proposal?
didn't say election of officers. I was saying in the past,
Okay.
in July, yeah, election of officers happen. So we have new officers coming in July. The many aspects in the conversations of the agenda for the retreat in July usually start right about now to have conversations of what that agenda is going to look like and so forth. So when the new chair and vice chair come in, they're essentially working off of discussions from the previous chair and vice
I
chair.
understood that. It was Jesse's question that I was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I misspoke.
Oh.
So I got the order of operations out of order.
Yeah.
So I'm all good. Thank you.
Yeah, I understood what you were trying to say. Yeah, perfect. All right, so we have, let's see, Zach, actually, let's go Steve and then Zach. Steve, go ahead.
I just want a clarification, Julie, if you don't mind, of the motion. And if you don't mind, I'll just sort of explain my concern, and I'm not quite sure precisely if my concerns, are addressed by the motion or not. So I'm really interested in the new goals, the president's goals, and things that Kevin said in particular, make it that much more exciting. Hey, we can perhaps expand the way in which we serve the community, and it might even support hopefully does, right, our long-term budget, our financial position, that kind of, all that sounds great. And I just sort of feel like I need to learn a little bit more because presumably, a couple of big new goals like this come with new resource allocations in order to achieve them. And I am not yet clear what those are. I'm sure that there are plans, that could be shared with us or discussions and all that kind of thing. But before formally getting behind it, I feel like we should have that discussion. So that piece, Julius, my question for you, that I'm not ready yet today to say I support these two new goals formally, even though I do want to express that I'm very interested in hearing more about them. I'm certainly willing to support the motion to move the retreat forward or back to September.
All right. Before we continue this discussion, is the board okay with adding 5 more minutes to this agenda item? Seeing we'll move forward with 5 more minutes on the agenda item. President Bolger, would you like to respond to that?
I do. I would like to see if I can clarify though. Are you thinking, trustee, that you're approving my goals today?
I just got a little confused. Also, there was a motion that wasn't clear to me what the motion was and exactly what it is that we were being asked to support. And
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Can
So
you put it
what
on the
you're
screen, the motion? So, excuse me, Dr. Bolger, I'm sorry.
Sure, no problem. We'll work on that. All I'm asking you to do is to basically approve a framework, which is connecting together the strategic plan. We're ending that this next year. We are developing the new one, but this is really focusing on the ending of the current one. And secondly, you're approving that we would have the president's goals discussed in July of 2026. And then third, You're approving the board's retreat taking place in September. And during that retreat, the board's self-assessment would take place.
All right, we're pulling up the motion, the language of the motion. Steve, did that answer your question though?
It does, yeah. So it does. Thank you. I'm happy with that framework, and it seems like it leaves room for discussion and exploration. We aren't committing to any particular goals or strategic plan at this point in time. You've daylighted some new ideas that sound really interesting. More information coming. I think I get it now.
Excellent. Zach, go ahead.
So first to confirm, board leadership would still get voted on at the July meeting, correct?
Correct.
Why delay the board self-assessment until the end of summer? Why wouldn't we just do that at the end of this fiscal year?
I think that's up to the board.
So for me personally, I don't know why we wouldn't just get that done at the end of the fiscal year like we've done traditionally, timed sort of with the president's evaluation, like we're going through the process of right now. And then I guess jumping to the strategic plan again, what type of reporting out on the accomplishments of the previous plan, and what's the sort of the timeline for mission accomplished or areas for improvement on the assessment of our prior 5 years?
Well, you'll see in the timeline, it's on page 4, and you'll see the June 2026 board regular meeting. The board is going to receive a 5-year trend report on the strategic plan that we are in right now. We're going to highlight key metrics. Those metrics are called, by Lane, they're called mission fulfillment indicators. They're not very well known. And so we're going to start making those mission fulfillment indicators much more visible. And that will take place in June of 2026.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, the language that was sorry, really quick, just procedural stuff. The language that was up there wasn't the word of the motion, but would you like me to repeat it again? And Julie, please correct me if I'm wrong on this from what I stated previously, which is that move to approve coordinated framework for institutional direction, FY27, presidential goals, and governance self-assessment. Does that sound about right to what I said at first?
There you go. So yeah, you've got it right here in the bold.
Yep, exactly. Yep. All right, great. All right, just clarification on that, because I saw language up there that wasn't what was spoken in the motion. So yeah, all right. Do we have any further discussion or questions? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of the, Zach, I apologize, Zach, go ahead.
I mean, I would just look for to the other board members. Does anyone else have a feeling about finishing the board self-evaluation this fiscal year or waiting till the end of the summer? Does anybody else have any thoughts or considerations about that?
Just briefly, I was looking at board policy to see if there was any requirement for self-assessments and timelines for the self-assessments. There isn't. So per board policy, I didn't see anything that was in conflict there. As far as giving an opportunity to have a fresh mind of the last fiscal year, I see that benefit in July. That being said, though, I also feel that there is value of taking that break in August, taking a breather, kind of being able to think back on things and then be able to do a self-assessment. That is my personal opinion. But yeah. So did you have a follow-up question with that, Zach, or?
Yeah, well, I'm also just looking ahead to next year, right? Like we'll have people that are transitioning out, at the end of June. Just having a regular standard every year at the end of the year we do it makes sense, so that we don't have members that are like not even there anymore and new members to replace them that are then doing a board self-assessment after the fact. Thank you.
Understood. Yeah. Thank you. So we got Steve and then Kevin. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I think Zach's making a good point. We ought to complete the board assessment at the end of the fiscal year. So it's fresh in our minds. Right now, we don't have a transition, but in future years, we very well might. And then essentially we'd be asking new board members to, to assess the previous board, which really doesn't make a ton of sense. But I do agree that, we can complete that assessment, and then that doesn't mean, that doesn't suggest precisely when it is that we would come back together and discuss it. It's perfectly fine with me to have that discussion at the September retreat, but the assessment itself makes most sense to me to do in June.
All right. My clock over here stopped, but I kind of kept track of it here. We're kind of time. So if we want to add 3 more minutes to this discussion to allow for final thoughts. And so if board okay with that, great. Excellent. Kevin and then Zach, and then we'll move towards a vote.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think Zach brings up a good point, and I'd be curious to hear from the president about what her thoughts are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, and I'm certainly supportive of that, and would support that. And one of the reasons for bringing that self-assessment, those results back in the board's retreat, is you just have a longer period of time to be able to discuss those, in addition to discussing the board-president relationship. So if both of those could be done, I think that would be great.
Zach, go ahead.
I would like to move to amend the motion to include the board completing its self-assessment by the end of the fiscal year.
Is there a second to that?
Second.
All right. It's been moved and seconded to amend the motion. Zach, would you like to speak on the motion?
I think everything's been said.
I agree. All right. Great. Any further discussion? All those in favor of supporting the amendment to the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Any abstentions? All right. We are now moving to a vote to the amended, to the amended motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor to support the amended motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none. We will now move on to the next agenda item, which is the Single Audit Review and Correction Action Plan. President Bolger.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'll ask Vice President Flath and then AVP McGowan to oh no, she's not coming up tonight, to talk to us about the single audit review. You might remember that we completed the audit on time last year and shared with the board that the single audit was not going to be included. It relates to federal financial aid, and I'll have Kara talk about that. There is a corrective action plan, and that's why it is an action item this evening.
Yes, thank you. As President Bolger said, there's 2 pieces to the financial audit. The first one was the financial audit you approved in January. The second piece is the single audit, which relates to federal programs. That timeline isn't actually due till March 31st, so it's not late still. It just wasn't on the same time as the rest of the audit. The reason for that is the federal government did not release their OMB guidance on uniform grant guidance and what they wanted auditors to do till late November. So the timeline then stuck all the audit firms behind. And now you see this, which is the single audit. And here's where you would see they go in and evaluate your federal programs. They look at anything over $750,000. Just for context, they draw a few programs. This particular time, they audited 3, our small business development network. It hits that threshold. They also reviewed childcare, and then they always review financial aid. And if you look at this particular package, what we're asking you to approve is accepting the corrective action plan for the Secretary of State. If you have any significant deficiencies in an audit, you have to have a board-approved corrective action plan submitted to the Secretary of State. So we would submit it right after that. The state already has this single audit because we're required to turn it in before March 31st. So this is just a second step of that. There were 2 findings last year, so we are down to 1. One of them was internal controls. They have removed that finding. The second one does relate to enrollment reporting with financial aid, and AVP Don Whiting is here to talk about specifics in that corrective action plan if you would like to have more discussion. But we are requesting approval for the corrective action plan included in your agenda packet.
Okay. So just to clarify with the language, it's just approval of the, can you repeat that one more time?
Approval of the submitted corrective action plan for fiscal year 25.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. I know someone's going to ask for the language of the motion, so I want to clarify that ahead of time. We'll go to Julie and we'll go start from there.
Well, I'll start the discussion. I'll make the motion to approve the action plan for FY 25 as submitted.
I will second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. For the purposes of discussion, Julie, would you like to speak to the motion?
Right. Well, having gone through quite a few single audits, I I read this and your corrective action plan is spot on, and I really like it. It's setting us up for cleaning up the internal controls and all the pieces. So well done. And I'm sorry that you had to go through that because it's a pain to go through a single audit and have a finding. But yeah, so I support this to do the actions. Well done.
Excellent. Any further questions or discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of approving the single audit review and corrective action plan signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you so much. Appreciate you. We'll now move on to item D, the program approval. President Bolger.
Yes, we have two programs. I'll ask Dr. Tinkham to come to the podium and talk about the two programs that we're requesting your approval on this evening.
Good evening, President Bulger, President Olson, and members of the board. We have two programs for consideration this evening. The first program is the Associate of Science transfer in psychology, and I'd like to consider that one first and then go to the one in communications.
Perfect.
Perfect. At this time, I would like to call Dr. Ran Ware, faculty member Eric Kim, and also Phil Martinez, Dean of Social Sciences, to join me at the podium. All three of them have been very much involved in developing this program. This program outlines specific course requirements for students who plan to transfer to a four-year public university in Oregon and earn a Bachelor of Science degree in psychology specifically. The Associate of Science transfer, or the AST degree, is part of a statewide major transfer map initiative. A major transfer map, or an MTM is how we call them, is a statewide reform initiative that allows students to very efficiently transfer all of their credits from any community college to any state university in Oregon. It outlines the courses students need to take so that their credits just don't transfer, but they transfer specifically towards that degree requirement, and that saves them time towards earning that baccalaureate degree. And at this time, if you have any questions, I have three experts right behind me.
Excellent. Any questions from the board? We'll start with Julie.
I just want to ask for your call outs of how fabulous this program is. I mean, I read the report, but I just wanted to know if you or any of the professors behind you had anything to add or kind of, no? All right.
So, as Vice President Teagham pointed out, it shortens the time frame for students to transfer directly to the university with major credit because there's not a huge number of courses that they can choose from. There's a specific set of courses that they take. That's the MTM. And then the AST is essentially a certificate that covers the first 2 years of a baccalaureate degree, a bachelor degree. So then they move in with junior standing on track for the bachelor's degree in their specific field.
That's
in
great.
this case, in psychology.
That's
Absolutely.
great. Saves them a lot of money too.
For sure. Kevin, and then I'll get Kevin and then President Olson.
Well, I think Eric Kim wanted to comment it.
Yeah. So one of the things that this does is that it makes it easier, like the division dean was saying, to transfer across the 17 community colleges. There's one basic plan that allows students to seamlessly transfer to any of the 7 Oregon public universities. So it quite simplified the process and gave a easier way for students to see how their 90 credits would go to the Oregon Public Universities.
Well done.
So do you have another question?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I don't know how you pulled that off, but that's amazing,
Yeah.
right? My question is, what's your forecast student demand, pro forma looking forward a few years?
I don't have that data with me directly. What I would say is that psychology is the largest program in social science. I don't know how many students we have directly, but what will happen is, let me give a comparison. So last year, the board supported a 2-year degree in human services. And from last winter to this winter in human services, we saw a 41% increase in enrollment. Now, I wouldn't expect that everywhere, and the human services program is smaller, so that the percentage is going to be easier to hit. But I would expect that for the same reason, that is ease of transfer, that we would see an increase in the flow, even if we don't see an increase in the total volume of new students coming in, we'll see a more rapid transfer, and therefore we'll be graduating. We'll be having a higher success rate per year, and therefore a higher flow rate for sure. And then also it'll be more attractive.
Nice.
Thank you.
All right. We'll move on to President Olson, then Zach, and then I'll put myself in the queue. President Olson.
Hi. I have two questions. The first one is that it says here that the HEC requires that community colleges offer these MTMs if they've been deemed to offer coursework in the fields. And I'm assuming that we offer coursework in both communication and psychology. How long has that requirement existed?
Since about 2017, it was passed with a House bill and then a subsequent Senate bill, which followed in 2021. So this is still relatively new in the past 9-10 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then my second question is that I think you mentioned somewhere, either it was in here or your spoken testimony about it, is that this is a state program or state sponsored program. Does that mean that there entails, like, I guess, more reporting or more work that needs to be done in the paperwork sector to be able to answer to whatever guidelines or requirements the state would have about it?
I would say no, not at this point. But what happened earlier, and Professor Kim was involved in that, is that all the community colleges came together with all the state universities to decide what this degree would look like.
Okay.
So that was the pre-work that happened before, and now we're here and we can now move forward. So all of that coordination has already taken place. Am I answering?
Yes.
Yes.
That
Okay,
helped.
good.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Excellent. We'll move on to Zach. Go ahead, Zach.
Thank you. A couple questions and so first, just in terms of process, my understanding, my recollection from previous years when approving new degree programs is that we would often have it presented in one meeting and then voted on at the next meeting. Was that a requirement or just sort of standard operating procedure for the board?
My understanding, it wasn't a requirement. It was just a standard operating procedure because we used to have the work sessions where we considered the degree, and then it followed up with the board meeting that happened afterwards. And so what we're asking for tonight is for the board to consider approving the degree this evening.
Thank you. I'm not going to hold things up tonight. I think these are great degree programs, but in general, in the future, if it is possible to incorporate that two-step, I really like having the preview and then having a month and then getting to take a vote on it. With regards to the materials, I did not see expected wages with regards to the psychology degree. So that's just something I've seen in the past. It was included in the other degree program, but just something I'll be looking for in the future is, expected wages for that particular field. And thank you for preparing all these materials. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Excellent. Move on to Steve, and and then we might need to add some time here. Go ahead, Steve.
Just a clarification based on some things I've heard Zach say. I think my sense is that these two programs are kind of differentiated from other kinds of programs we've passed, other programs that have undergone the two-step process, for example, are things that are emergent, new, that might require additional resources, that there's some, special rationale for. This one is, in a sense, being imposed on us. If we want to continue offering psychology as as an example, we must do this thing. So I see it differently than other processes we've gone through. Like we have no reason to discontinue psychology, or you're not presenting one to us. And so therefore, if we want to move forward with this, we have to adhere to this state requirement.
You're absolutely correct. These degree programs are required per the Higher Education Coordinating Commission because it's been determined that we have the coursework, therefore we must offer the degree.
Excellent. Go ahead, President Bulger.
Yeah, I think that that's really, really fair. And thank you so much for the clarification and for the question. We do want to make sure that we are following some processes consistently. We have done first reads and second reads on programs, and we'll go ahead and continue to do that. It gives us a chance to have faculty and our leadership from our areas to come and talk to the board, and the board to ask the questions that you've been asking tonight. And then you can think about it and then come back at the next meeting for approval. So we'll get into that cadence again. Thanks.
All right. I would recommend to the board that we add 7 minutes to this agenda. First, to allow for additional speakers, and second, so that the communications degree can communicate to the board. Sorry, trying to be funny. Yeah, so let's add 7 minutes. Thank you. Julie, I'm going to speak and then you'll be next. So first off, I really want to appreciate the Major Transfer Map Initiative. That is incredible. I know that we, in numerous situations, have had to create MOUs, memorandums of understanding with universities in order to get our students to those programs, have all the credits count and so forth. So this is incredible. I would love to see this continued and us opportunities to grow. Do private universities participate in the major, like Pacific or whatever Pacific and Willamette combine into and so forth?
No, they are not held to these standards.
Gotcha. Would it require an MOU essentially in order to?
An articulation agreement, yeah.
Articulation agreement. Okay, perfect. But yeah, overall, I'm in support of this. There is a significant need of people with psychology backgrounds, from associates to bachelors, and hopefully they move on to their masters in clinical psychology and so forth, because there is a huge need in our workforce for mental health providers and so forth. And this is really an important, great way to get that process started towards those careers. We'll move on to Julie and then back to President Olson. Julie.
I just want to make a motion. So there is a provided resolution. I would prefer not to have to read the entire resolution. I think we can say that the resolution is being read into the record, but therefore be it resolved that the Lane Community College Board of Education does hereby approve the offering of the Psychology Associate of Science degree, transfer degree.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Would you like to speak to your motion, Julie?
I think we've all done it so we can give time for the communications degree too.
Fantastic.
I would love to move to approve as well.
Absolutely. President Olson, you had your hand up. Would you like to ask additional questions?
Yeah, it's just one quick question. I know you mentioned that there's like several other MTMs that have been created for different programs. I was curious, is there any other program specifically at Lane that will have to be changed in the same way that communications is and psychology is, so that we can appeal to that requirement from the HEC?
Yeah, yes, we have 2 more that are in development right now, sociology and human development and family services. So we hope to do that next year.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions or discussion in regards to the psychology program? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? Psychology program is approved. We'll now move on to the Communication Associates of Arts transfer. President Boulder?
Great.
Oh, yes. And I believe that Dr. Tinkham is going to have faculty and the dean come up and talk about this program. I think it's exciting as well.
Absolutely. So Dr. Laura Pelletier is joining me here at the podium, and also Clay Williams, faculty member in communications. And I don't need to give you the intro now of what the MTM is, so we'll go ahead and entertain your questions.
Excellent. Any questions?
Kind of the same ones.
Yeah. You want to ask those questions, Julie?
Well, I just wanted, like, I can read, but I'd like you to actually just say what's kind of cool about this, and how it really affects your programs.
Well, I actually came from the communication studies discipline. So when I started here at Lane, I was working to try to get like a degree pathway for communication studies students. That did not work through our curriculum program. And so we have a lot of students who declare themselves comm majors at Lane, and we don't have a comm major. So this actually gives them a pathway to do that. We're not a big communication studies state. We have a program at OSU and PSU, but this helps, I think, students get into that pathway and transfer very easily. And so those are the people who are like, I want to study comm, can actually do that now, which I think is really great. So I'll let, if you have anything you'd like to say as well. Okay.
I don't want to communicate.
Excellent.
Yeah.
It was that it, Julie?
Can I just make a motion and get it on the table now?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Please do.
So, same thing about the resolution, and we'll go to the last statement. Therefore, be it resolved that the Lane Community College Board of Education does hereby approve the offering of a Communications Associate of Arts transfer degree.
Excellent. Is there a second? It's been seconded. All right. Would you like to speak to the motion, Julie?
I'm totally in favor. I think this is great. I have friends who tried to do a comm pathway, so I totally understand. So, so I'm in favor. Let others talk.
Absolutely. Yeah. Kevin, yeah, your hand up.
Yeah, I just had a question, the same question I asked the psychology folks is, what's your forecast of student demand?
That's going to be a little hard to say because we don't have like a direct pathway until now, but we have very high demand in our communication courses. We actually have a number of communication courses that we have at Lane that's above most of the community colleges. We have a lot of different specialty classes, and at this point, we honestly cannot even offer enough classes given the number of faculty that we have. So so for us, we're filling those classes, and I think it's going to be a good pathway. It's also a plug that I need more faculty.
Heard. Just a statement and then a question, which is that first off, I really support this for a multitude of reasons, especially around workforce needs. I know your report says 14 different job categories. I think it's closer to 19, to be honest, and it leads to like an opportunity of tens of thousands of job opportunities. Communication is so critical in various different occupation sets. Quite frankly, I think everybody should have some sort of background in different forms of communication, from public relations, business communication. I mean, a variety of different things that would be helpful, and nonverbal communication, so on and so forth. Yeah, so I see this not only as pretty significant towards the workforce needs of our state, of our community, but also provides opportunities for affordable transfer into bachelor's degrees, into different fields or specializations in their bachelor's degree, potentially even their master's degree. So overall, I'm in full support of this program and approving it. And I'm really excited to see the flexible dynamics of how this education can lead into other type of degree programs, transfers, and potential career opportunities. So yeah. We're at 5 seconds, but yeah, Jesse, go ahead.
I just really, both of these I think are fantastic. Despite my not sounding like it sometimes, I actually have a communications degree myself. And so I'm really excited for more students to have the opportunity to get it. It taught me a lot and opened a lot of doors for me. So I'm really excited about this.
Wonderful. We're at time. Just let's add a minute just to the agenda, just to get it all covered. Go ahead, Steve.
I just wanted, before we vote, I think we're going to vote in the affirmative. Just wanted to take a moment to appreciate faculty deans, Shelley, you as well, for all of the work. And Eric, I think all the 2-minute lessons that you've given us over the past year add up to some amount of credit. So we ourselves should be in line for a transfer degree.
Yeah. Yeah, there's diplomas waiting for us at the graduation ceremony, fellow board members. Anyway, any further discussion with the limited time we have? Seeing none, let's move to a vote. All those in favor of approving the communications associate's degree signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Excellent. Thank you to both presentations, and we greatly appreciate
Thank you.
The information as we move forward. All right. We're moving on to the last action item, which was added to the amended agenda, which was the announcement of the ad hoc committee in a public forum. The college received, so let me start with the announcement, and then we're going to do a little bit of switcheroos here, because I want to make sure that there is no perception of impropriety and respect for the formation of the ad hoc committee and so forth. So I just want to just state that right off the bat, and I'll explain. The college received a complaint on April 27th, 2026. The complaint alleges conduct that, if determined to be founded, could constitute a violation of Board Policy 2715, Code of Ethics / Standards of Practice. In accordance with Board Policy 2715, complaints of a board member misconduct shall be referred to an ad hoc committee composed of three board members of education, not subject to the complaint. To avoid any perception of impropriety or with respect to the formation of the ad hoc committee, I'm going to turn over the gavel over to the Vice Chair, Russ, to oversee this process. Jerry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under the authority of Board Policy 2211, I hereby appoint the ad hoc committee, Steve, Jesse, and Kevin, if they're willing to serve. And if I could get a second to that.
And I'll second it if it's appropriate for me to second a motion
I'll second it.
that I'm included in. Yeah, thank you, Julie.
And I have nothing further to say. We've already talked this out, and we know where we're going. And I think we all trust our three members to give a fair assessment of this issue and report back to the board.
As current acting chair, just probably ask for to move on the motion. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Are you ready for the question? Anybody have any further? Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. I'll vote aye. So it's unanimous. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, the board will report out the conclusions of the investigation. All right, we have concluded the action items. We will now move on to discussion items. The first discussion item is ad hoc committee on public comments. Kevin, you were the chair of the ad hoc committee. I'll pass it on to you.
I was the chair of the ad hoc committee, which I will just say was a very pleasant experience, and thanks to trustees Maldonado and Rust. Public comment only works if people feel heard and the board can still do its job. So those were kind of the balancing values that we went into our work with. So these recommendations that you're going to see shortly on the screen, there's 9 of them. They reflect that balance, and they're grounded in protecting First Amendment rights, meaningful engagement, student voices, and effective governance. So importantly, some of these elements are already embedded in our Board Policy 2345 and are being reaffirmed here. For example, like time limits, the board has the opportunity to adjust time limits, and expectations for orderly participation. Others on the list are more forward-looking suggestions, such as an expanded written testimony process and additional structure around how comment is managed. Taken together, they reinforce what's working and thoughtfully extend it with the goal of ensuring broad access, fair process, and a board environment that can function effectively. And I'd like to point out, it was interesting to me during the process that the ORS has no requirement for public comment for school boards, which, okay, great. We have a board policy. It's a foundational value of the board and the college. And so these recommendations by no means are any suggestions to erode that in any way. So again, we try to balance this idea of a healthy public comment process with the ability of the board to complete its business. And so it's probably okay if I read the 9 recommendations just really quickly, just to kind of get everyone thinking about the same things. So number one is maintain the current individual speaking time limits for public comment. And that is 3 minutes per speaker under standard circumstances. That means when there's less than 20 speakers, as we had tonight, and adjusting that to 2 minutes per speaker when 20 or more individuals are signed up to speak. Number two is establish a time cap for public comment during public hearings, with the full board determining the appropriate overall time limit. Again, that's already in our board policy 2345. Number three, consider randomizing the order of public speakers to ensure fairness and equity in the speaking process. Number four, discourage serial meeting of identical or substantially similar statements during public comment while maintaining individuals' rights to express their perspectives. So again, I think the key word in that number four is discourage. Number five, individuals may submit written testimony up to 24 hours in advance of board meetings in a digital format to this particular email address, and those comments will be included in the board packet. Number six, written testimony submitted for the board's consideration will be acknowledged during the meetings by reading out the number of submissions and the names of those who submitted testimonies. Number seven, require individuals to sign up only themselves for public comment while ensuring appropriate accommodations are available as required under ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act guidelines. Number eight, track public comments and any responses provided by the college or board, supporting transparency and accountability in the process. And finally, number nine, reinforce expectations for respectful discourse by affirming the board's chair's authority to intervene when necessary, clearly stating that speakers may be ruled out of order for personal threats or threatening behavior, and encouraging professionalism in public comment while upholding First Amendment protections. That's the list of 9 suggestions that came out of the subcommittee. And Mr. Chair, I toss it back to you to facilitate the conversation.
Got it over here. Okay. We'll start with discussion with Zach, and then we'll move on to President Olson. Zach?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for members of the ad hoc committee for putting this together. I appreciate your time and thoughts and effort that went into this. Guess a few thoughts and questions just off the bat. With regards to number 2, establishing a time cap for public comment during public hearings with the full board determining the overall time limit. I am opposed to setting a time cap. Just from personal experience, imagine you're number 37 on the list of speakers, and you're 2 people away from speaking, and then all of a sudden you hit the time limit, and you've been there for an hour and a half, and all of a sudden you get told, well, you don't get to speak anymore. It sucks. It really sucks. If you go, you care enough about an issue, you show up and you sign up and you wait and you wait and you wait, and then, oh, you barely missed it, and we're not even going to hear what you have to say. So I would much prefer to, adjust number 1, where if we have a very large number of speakers, like over 40, that we actually would potentially cut from 2 minutes down to 90 seconds, so that we can still get a larger number of people into a relatively short time. If we have that many people coming in to speak to us, it's because it's important. It's because we need to hear their voice. I'm sort of okay with most of these. I guess I have a couple of questions. Could we go to number 5 real quick? The individuals may submit written testimony up to 24 hours in advance of board meetings in a digital format to BOE comment at Laney to be included in the board packet. I guess one question I have is just, if someone sends a comment to that BOE comment at laneccc.edu, I feel like we should just automatically get that email. My understanding at the time is that those are sort of saved and then included in the board packet. But I think it would be, I would much rather just receive those public comments as they come in real time, just directly to the board. Including them in the packet. I guess this kind of reflects some of my concerns about number 6 and 8 as well. Some people that submit comments to us don't want them to be made public. So I think we need to be very careful with how we are tracking and releasing public comments that are not necessarily intended to be aired publicly. And then I think I'll just, on number 9, this is probably the one that, I asked the subcommittee to look at, we had a situation last fall where there were some public comments with regards to the president's performance. I think some board members felt that those comments crossed a line. Others felt that maybe it came close to the line but didn't cross. I think number 9 is supposed to get at this issue. Did the subcommittee go back to the fall at all and say, yes, this did cross a line? No, it didn't cross a line. And I think my question moving forward would be, what type of training or what are we going to provide for the chair so that if they are asked in real time to judge, which side of the line does this fall on, that we all are sort of clear as a board where that line is, so that we can, those of us that are calling it out and saying it crosses the line, that we know where the line is, and the chair who is making the determination also clearly knows where the line is. Can you speak to training or what type of guidelines would be provided to the chair to ensure that they can perform this adequately?
Kevin, do you have an answer? I also have an answer as well.
Sure. Yeah, I probably have an incomplete answer to your question, but the subcommittee did address your question, Trustee Mulholland, and the consensus was we didn't want to carve out a special category for the president. So respectful behavior and demeanor and comments, cover across the board for all public speakers. So that's how we came to this particular recommendation. We did not consider any training for the chair or anything like that.
Oregon, did you have a?
Just on that point, yeah, we did consider it, and it's, that famous case about pornography, define it, you'll know it when you see it. That's kind of the way we handled this. We know when somebody's issuing a personal attack, and we've reinforced that the chair would be empowered and encouraged to keep an eye on that and guide people into a respectful tone.
Oregon School Board Association and OCCA now offer training both online and in their conferences to support chairs, and they actually have a specific section about First Amendment rights, speeches, and public comment. Overall, I've taken those trainings, and they're actually really informative, especially around the First Amendment aspects of things. There is opportunities for individuals to come to the podium and question the leadership of an institution and of the board, because it is their right to have those questions in a respectful way, and encouraging a dialogue around what are the opportunities for us as an institution to represent the people and the interests of the people. I'm sure there's more discussion that we want to have. I want President Olson to be able to speak. Can we add 5 minutes to this agenda item? Thank you. President Olson, and then I'll move over to Julie.
I personally have concerns with part 2 and 3 of this, is establishing a time cap for public comment, as well as considering randomizing the order of public speakers. I'll start with number 3. When you say randomizing the order of public speakers, would this include students being redispersed throughout the timeline? And or will students who do sign up not appear in the time they sign up as well?
Kevin?
Yeah, great question. So the intent was that we would always prioritize students' voices first, and so that they would be randomized, and then the non-student speakers would also be randomized. Students would go first.
Okay. And then to speak to number 2, I think I've heard that you said that there is a board policy on establishing a time cap for public comment. I have an interest, is that board policy ever been used recently, or like within the past year or 3?
It was attempted. It was voted down to reduce the time. How long ago that was? 4 months, maybe 5 months ago.
And how many public speakers were signed up for that specific?
That one was a long one. Don't quote me.
It was close to 40
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It was like 52.
or 52. Yeah. We round up, Yes, long one. Julie.
So, none of us want to like curtail the public comment at all. And, I like where you guys have gotten to on some of these recommendations, and I appreciate it. I watch your meetings on YouTube and listen to the thoughtful conversations about this. This is not an easy decision to make. However, like tonight, we had a small group of people who spoke. We've been able to move through this agenda. We still have a little bit of time to be able to cover some stuff. So we got some substantial work done tonight. I mean, I applaud us, but this is an example of why we're having a conversation about public comment. Because when public comment goes to 2 hours, 3 hours, our timeline is scrunched and we just can't get to these kind of discussions. We can't get to longer, substantive conversations at all for approving things. So, I don't know how to put a time cap on the public comment, but I would really like to maybe suggest that there's a kind of a absolute hard stop for board meetings, right? And so that may be that we have to calculate that there's 60 people in the room that want to do public comment. And if they get 2 minutes, that's 2 hours. So now that meeting, that only gives us a couple of hours left. So we have to have a full stop at some point. We can't just go on to 2 o'clock in the morning or 1 o'clock in the morning, 11, 12. We're volunteers, and so I want to do it. The rest of the stuff I'm okay with. The 1 minute mark past 40 might be a way to address that. I like that we want to clean up that language about students. They are always going to be the first speakers. The public can communicate with us at any time. We have public email addresses, and all communications to us from the public are not anonymous. They're public. So public comments are public. There's no such thing as an anonymous public comment. So the public comments through emails is great. They're going to be sit there. We know that the board packet is available. Board members are expected to be prepared for the meeting. So the appropriate place, in my opinion, to public comment being emailed up to 24 hours, because they've been populated even before them as they come in. When we had I think we had a dozen public comments in one of our last meetings, all hit via email, and had an opportunity to be able to read all those before our meeting. But they were in the board packet and I knew they were there. So I'm not sure that we want to have them being just one at a time. I think they'd get lost in the morass, and our email inboxes would be huge. I think the appropriate place for this is in the board packet online, and we know they're there. And then, yeah, I think that says it. Thank you.
All right. Is it okay with the board? Because I see we have several people that want to speak, adding 5 more minutes to this agenda item. And I think it's an important discussion to have. And so I'd love to add 5 more minutes. All right. Great. Jerry, I saw your hand up, but,
Okay.
but I also put myself in the queue. I haven't had a chance to speak. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Excellent. Great. Thank you so much. First off, I want to thank the ad hoc committee for your work in this. I definitely appreciate it. But let me just respectfully state that the business of the board is the people, it is the public comment, and it is hearing from the public. The reason I know that is because the vision, mission, and core themes, as well as our values, indicate students, the community, the public, and the general welfare of those groups. I do feel that a lot of these, unfortunately, don't necessarily apply equity lens to the fullest. For instance, doing total time caps and so forth of public comment can negatively impact cultural communication differences, disproportionately impact speakers with disability, can potentially impact late arrival speakers, marginalized groups who often organize collectively to build their power and their voice to be heard in a public setting. Additionally, reducing access during high-stake issues can disproportionately affect underrepresented communities who collectively work together to develop their public comments and to organize around those public comments. We see that actually even from students even who organize around these things. I think that these I'm not sure if all of these necessarily allow for a place for students, non-native speakers, community members with anxieties. I've had some incredible conversations with the neurodivergent student population who have told me a lot of different things about coming to a board meeting and what the barriers to that and so forth. And I think that allowing for a more of a dynamic that allows for more people to participate rather than creating restrictions on the time that the community has is very critical, and we need to be able to address that. Again, silencing organized advocacy can definitely negatively impact not only the marginalized community, but our ability to hear from those marginalized communities. I do feel that also, and in regards to number 5, for instance, to have written testimony before 24 hours, there is a digital divide that still exists, especially in rural communities. They don't necessarily have access to reliable internet access or devices that allow for that. There might be individuals who need to translate into English, and giving them that time to be able to prepare those documents and submit those documents effectively. Shift workers, caregivers, and even students might not be able to meet these 24-hour deadlines. Overall, I don't necessarily think that we are going to be serving the populace, the people, if we continue to add additional restrictions to public comment. Overall, I want to appreciate the work that was done. And I know I watched the meetings and I appreciate the conversations that were had. I do want to make sure, though, that we are not creating barriers for marginalized communities, silencing dissent, or creating uneven enforcement mechanisms that negatively impact certain groups over others, and especially students. We'll move on to Jerry and then President Olson.
Yeah, I think we can tweak these if we need to, and if we don't get majority substantial support. But I do want to defend what we tried to do and point out that we've been managing about 40 people in an evening, taking testimony, and I want to assure everyone that we are listening. We value public comment, and it makes an impact. And you never know in the course of public service when something you learned in a testimony is something, and you use it as a board member, not on the spot, but it is valuable, and we value public input. My feeling about this right now is that we should allow this to move forward, and if we have problems, come back. The ad hoc committee can take another look at it, but we've already got the 2-minute rule. That's what we're managing on right now. We didn't change that. People, if there are 12 people, have at it, 3 minutes. If there are 20 or more, to conserve time, 2 minutes each. And if you got 40 people, that's 80 minutes. And it could extend further by the time you get done shuffling and waiting for people to come online. You've eaten up an hour and a half. And again, as Austin said, that's what we're here for, to listen to the people, to do the people's bidding. But we're also, in a practical sense, trying to manage our time. And, I don't think you're going to find many people on this board that will discourage public input. We value it. And one of the things I learned in this exercise, and I wasn't really aware of it, Lane County, Lane Community College, by far is the most active college in the Northwest when it comes to public input. That's a fact. And we're not going to change that. We're proud of that, okay? So I say, let's give these new rules a shot, see if they work out. If they don't, I'm sure we're going to hear from people right away and we can adjust again a little bit. But nobody's out to take away the right of our public to speak as they wish. We're proud of you, public. We are you. That's who we are. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, we are out of time. I would like to, I would like for one more, I would like for one more speaker. I would like for President Olson to speak. We more than likely are going to be moving this to the next agenda, our next meeting for an action item. And we can further discuss further. We could discuss this further. That being said, though, I do want President Olson to have the last word on this. Go ahead, President Olson.
Thank you. I understand the reason for suggestion 2 is so that we can effectively control our time and be able to get things done, because when public comment pushes to upwards of close to 2 hours, we run out of time for a lot of other things. And the idea of a hard stop comes up. I'm worried that, like, if we are going to be stopping public comment at a certain time because we're concerned about our own personal timetables and ability to get things done, we need to recognize that we are officials who serve the public. We serve what they want and what they need. And doing so, we have to listen to what they need. And we do volunteer for this, and we do say that we're going to give our time to the public. And I think it's up to the public's discretion how much time we give them. Thank you.
I saw that there was a few board members that still wanted to speak. I've been the one that's adding additional time. If it is the will of the board to add more time to this conversation, we most certainly can.
Maybe we could just finish those who haven't had a chance to speak at all on the
Okay.
topic yet. I think there's at least 2 of us.
Understood. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so we got Steve and Zach, who both haven't had a chance to speak.
Zach opened us up. So I, as an ad hoc committee member, I'd like to speak at some point.
Of course, yeah, of course. Yeah. So we can allow for those 3 vote.
I just have a quick comment if possible.
Okay.
If possible.
How about this? Let's go ahead and add 5 minutes to the agenda so that we can give as many people as possible an opportunity to speak. All right. Okay, so I saw Zach's hand first after that. So let's go ahead and do,
I think we should finish the first round. Like some folks haven't spoken at all.
I have a cross-rest request at the end.
Okay, gotcha. Steve, go ahead.
I'm going to defer to Jesse.
No, just go ahead.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just a few comments, I guess, is, we were set out with a goal of coming back with some recommendations. And so that's, what we did here. And I feel good about this. I do think there are some options to maybe make some tweaks. I think on number 2 with a cap on the time limit, I think regardless if this is here or not, there's still going to be an option to do it because it exists in board policy. So if folks are more comfortable without it on this recommendation, I think that's fair. I am pretty big on not shackling future boards on what they can and cannot do. I voted against the time cap the last time it was brought up and would most likely do that again moving forward. So if folks want to strike that moving forward, that's your prerogative. On the comments supported on number 5 submitted to the board, the main concept here was that I actually think this is more inclusive by allowing folks to be included, specifically students, and I think it was brought up in the ad hoc committee, folks with childcare issues, second jobs, they're not able to be on campus, they don't have internet connection to join via Zoom, what have you. It gives them the ability to submit and be included in our packet. And so I think that is actually a more inclusive option. It is not a requirement that you submit your public comments there, but it gives you an additional opportunity to make sure that it is put into the public record. So that is what was the thought there. And I think on the randomization and the time cap, really quickly, obviously, we did not just come up with all of these out of thin air. We sought out other community colleges. We sought out Lane County government. We sought out city governments and kind of tried to put them all together, smush them together and see what we could come up with. So City of Eugene does put a time limit, and if you don't get to speak, you don't get to speak. And that's what we wanted to avoid by not putting a hard number on how long we were going to have public comment. If a board, this one or a future one, decides they want to do that, they can go and do that. And same with randomization. We wanted to make sure that students were still prioritized as the first speakers, and then there was still randomization that happens there to avoid some of the issues that we've seen previously. So those were my quick comments on that, but happy to continue discussing this at a future date. But I, again, it was a pleasure to serve with Kevin and Jerry on this ad hoc committee.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Steve and then Zach.
Yeah, thank you for the explanations, Jesse. I understood number 5, I think very much in the way that Jesse just explained it. I understood it as an additional option. So it's not an either or, right? So folks who decide for whatever their reason that they don't have the time or don't want to come down and give public testimony or worry that they would be not, make the time cut if we turned out to do that, they can still have an opportunity to get their testimony into the public record. That's what differentiates it from an email to board members, right? Emails to board members don't become part of the packet and part of that public record. So that's, to me, a nice new option to offer folks. They continue to have the option to send us emails directly if they choose that instead. So I thought that's a really nice ad. I hope we give it serious consideration and ultimately adopt it. It's just one more option for folks. And there's no limit, by the way, right? They can write a novel if they if they want to submit that much. I might not read it if they submit a novel, but nonetheless, if they feel constrained by what equals 3 minutes, that's an opportunity to be a little bit more expansive. And then with regard to, I think, sort of the most, contentious one. I just want to let you know where I'm coming down on this. We had several board meetings this past year that went to 11 o'clock, and started informally kind of had a hard-ish stop at that point in time. And they went that long because of the, hour and a half, 2 hours or whatever of public testimony, which then created a situation where we were not able to carry out the public's business, which is the other part of the meeting, right? It's not just listening to folks, but it's then listening to our staff and ultimately taking action. And we gave ourselves several times, and staff as well, we delayed the sharing of information on our 3-year budget plan. We got criticized multiple times about the rush that felt like to folks. Well, part of that was because of the amount of time that we spent on public testimony in the previous meetings that then delayed the opportunity to kind of complete the public's business. So it's not going to be easy to figure out how to balance those things, but I agree with the subcommittee, the recommendation that we need some way to balance public testimony and public business.
All right, we're at time, but Zach, I want you to be able to speak, so go ahead.
Thank you.
Yep.
Last year, when we updated the process for public comment, we as a board discussed those changes over multiple meetings, and we drafted them and adjusted them in real time in one of the meetings where we went through, bullet by bullet, one by one, and we tweaked the language. I think we should do that again this time. I really appreciate the work that the subcommittee did having this initial first draft, but we as a full board should have the full discussion and go through these one by one. So I'm going to request that the next time we do this, it's added as a discussion item where we can go through these one by one. Each of us can recommend our adjustments. We get a final document out of that next discussion meeting, and then we have it as an action item at the next meeting when it's actually, ready to go at that next meeting. But we should have that interim step where we as a board go through these one by one and are allowed to recommend and adjust and edit, on a, one by one basis. If this goes to a full vote, when there's 9 items that we all have different disagreements about, like that's not gonna do us, it's not gonna be serve this board well or serve the community well. We should take the time to get it right before we approve it. And before we vote on it, it should be, final-ish based upon those group discussions. Thanks.
All right. And again, we are at time. I do want people to talk. I really do. And I want people to be able to express their opinions and so forth. That being said, I think that, let me just kind of get a little bit of directive from the board here. Is there any opposition for this to be a discussion item in our next board meeting? Julie, would you like to speak?
I just want to make a suggestion.
Absolutely.
I do not want to go through a meeting where we wordsmith every line item at all. That's why we set up an ad hoc committee. So I recommend that if trustees don't agree, if they have a problem with the language that's been proposed by the ad hoc committee, that they submit their suggested edits to the ad hoc committee. Let the ad hoc committee get everybody's input on what should be changed and how it should be tweaked, even including President Olson, so that we make sure that everybody's voices are heard. Let the ad hoc committee in a public meeting address each one of those, have a discussion, talk about it, come up with the recommendation that kind of coalesces all those ideas. Because I don't want to sit through 2 hours and do the ad hoc committee's work. I think that's why we appointed the ad hoc committee. So if there's clear dissension from trustees at this moment that this is not going to pass when we bring it forward, then it should go back to the committee and everybody should submit their ideas. So that's my recommendation, is that this conversation get tabled and all those conversations go.
Ad hoc committee, are you open to that idea?
Just a point on that, Mr. Chair, I'm no objection, but I think the full board could do essentially what Julie is suggesting. Put it on the agenda for an action item, and those who want to make changes, submit it in writing, and the full board consider it up or down, and we finally have a package voted up or down.
Yeah, I'll just speak.
I don't think we need to go back to the committee.
I'll just speak just really briefly. I do actually support the idea of bringing it back to the committee with suggestions. And President Olson, you are welcome to attend the ad hoc committee because you do not add a quorum to, or you don't bring the committee to quorum. So you are allowed to attend, and you have a right as a ex officio to attend an ad hoc and participate in it and called on by the chair and so forth. So I do support that in that regard because the student can also participate in that ex officio manner. Chair of the ad hoc committee, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll make it quick. I don't have a problem with it going back to the committee. I much prefer that than trying to wordsmith with a full board. I think it would be much more efficient with the committee. And I will just say an additional suggestion is to really make it clear as to what language in these suggestions already exists in board policies, because I think there's been some misunderstandings tonight, and I think, you know, I'll own a lot of that. It just wasn't clear on this list of 9 what exactly was already in board policy. So that should be very clear when we bring it back to the board. Thanks.
Understood. Great. I'm not necessarily seeing objection to the taking feedback, bringing it back to the ad hoc committee, unless there is an absolute objection.
Do we need a motion to table it to the ad hoc committee?
Not necessarily, because this is well, let me just double check with the parliamentarian. It's a discussion item, so we can go ahead and just state, hey, ad hoc committee allow us to email some suggestions and bring it back to the board, right?
Sure.
Yeah, giving it back to the committee. Yep, absolutely. So no, it doesn't require necessarily a board action for that. We could just simply direct the ad hoc to do that.
Yeah, point of information or clarity.
Yeah.
I think the point contact should be Jove to all comments should be directed, emailed to Jove, so that the committee doesn't,
of course,
you know, mistakenly violate open meeting law.
Of course, yeah. So yeah, essentially what you would do for suggestions is email it to Jove, and the committee will receive that and be able to work on that. Let's make this the final. I think we're kind of going towards a direction, but Zach, was there one last thing?
I believe last year when we updated this, how people make public comments, that was a part of our board policies. Is that accurate? I'm just wondering how do we formalize these within our board policies that already exist around public comment?
Yeah, the last document that was passed was a board agreement. I don't believe it was policy. It was a board agreement document.
I would agree with that. They were board operating agreements.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so if we can just make sure that whatever we're approving here is effectively amending our operating agreements, that document we've already all signed on to. So we have one document moving forward rather than a main document and then this new side document. Thank you.
All right. Ad hoc committee heard you on that, and duly noted. All right. Finally, I think we're going to go ahead and end the discussion here. Thank you for that. That was a really good perspective and conversation overall, so I greatly appreciate that. As mentioned previously, we are not doing board legal counsel presentation. Now we're moving on to quarterly financial update. President Butler.
Yes, I'd like to ask Vice President Flath to present the quarterly financial update.
I'm going to have Jonathan Campbell join me.
Jonathan Campbell do that. Okay.
Thanks. I know we're at the late hour, so be as succinct as possible and get you through this information. We're on to the fun stuff. Question mark? No joke? Okay, everybody's lost their sense of humor. Okay, if we can pull up the presentation, I know they're working on it. What we're going to start with is we have a lot of discussion, and finances isn't always the fun thing, but I want to acknowledge that there is a lot of good work and good things still happening at the college. And I want to highlight some of the fun things that I asked all my counterparts. What do you think are the most the highlight? And it's for everybody in the room. It's not everything that everybody has done that is really great this year. There's tons of things happening. So I wanted a moment of celebration, just some highlights of things that we have accomplished, we are doing, we are still thriving, moving forward. We just have some fiscal challenges that we're continuing to work through. So just to highlight a few of the things, academic, I won't read through everything. Maybe I'll give you a couple in each one. Academic highlights, you know, the Bachelor of Science program has nursing students enrolled. The LPN pathway has been revised. I think that's a big highlight to accomplish. And behavioral health certificate has enrolled students as well. We have lots of capital improvements. Jennifer Hayward and her team, they're doing a fabulous job, both with bond funds, with general fund. Some of these are general fund, and some of these are deferred maintenance. She's accomplished these projects, you know, the rooftop fall protection, which doesn't sound fun and neat, but it is a requirement. We have Russell Creek drainage. We have already talked about the center building. There was a drainage repair that came out of the general fund this year because there wasn't enough in the deferred maintenance budget. I do want to tout just for 2 seconds, the classified and Megan, the controller, have done in a substantial amount of work in our financial area. We now have a month-end close, which they didn't have before. We did remove one of the 2 findings, and nobody's going to think it's really great, but we do have all the GASB requirements up to date, which isn't fun for everybody here.
It's great.
Thank you. Thank you. That's what I'm looking for. It's so fun. Personnel investments, you know, we have settled both the full faculty union contract and a reopener with the classified union, and they're completing the classified compensation and market analysis, and some system improvements that are intended to help us. Axiom is what Jonathan's team manages. It's budgeting and forecasting system allowed to provide more information to managers, and our budgeting system. Canvas, which you approved that contract recently, we're moving forward with that. And Parchment is student diplomas and something they're really proud of. So I just wanted to give a minute there's lots of neat things happening and not to lose focus of all the good things that we're still going through. And then we'll go into the other fun stuff on the next page. This is a beautiful picture of one of the buildings in there. Oh. So I'll turn it over to Jonathan to give you a brief recap of the next few slides. Nope, this is great. It's just in building over here. It's pretty great. Just getting familiar with all the areas of campus. So Jonathan.
Thanks for taking the fun slides. Now I get the fun stuff. So what you're seeing on the screen is a summary of the Q3 forecast. So that's through March. In summary, our deficit spending has gotten slightly worse. If we go to the next slide, and the next slide is a summary of that. So you can see kind of a summary of where we were Q2 to Q3 to the final of Q3. So at first we thought it was 173. Then after we started packing everything in, it was around 800,000, which is what we talked about in the Q2 forecast. And then when we took another look, it is now at $977,000 to the bad. So it's still deficit spending getting slightly worse. What's causing that? Good news, and I do have some good news on my part, is that because of the in-year mitigation we've done, we've kind of controlled our spending pretty well this year. But now we have a kind of on the other side of the coin, some revenue shortfalls that are driven mostly by transfers in that we weren't expecting from other sub-funds, from some reserves, and also slightly lower estimates on property tax and tuition and fees, which is driven by a kind of a slowdown in spring enrollment. So you can see the warning signs there. Spring enrollment slowed down. The other things that we're still waiting to kind of feel out for the next couple months is, are we going to have another center building leak? Are we going to have some more deferred maintenance? The Q3 forecast does include estimates of the impacts of settling with both unions, but they are still working their way through the system. So until they hit payroll, we won't know the full amount, but they're mostly accounted for. So I can go to the next slide. This is just kind of an overview of the things that we watch for, that the board will need to watch for. Again, revenue for the most part is pretty stable from state funding and property taxes at this point in time. Tuition will continue to monitor as we look at spring enrollment. The mitigation plan, the dust is still settling on all the things that we've talked about. So there's a lot of contractual things that need to work their way through the system. And then what this really comes down to is our budget is really tight. We don't have a lot of maneuverability when unforeseen things happen. So it's the reason that we're continuing to rebuild our reserve for facing challenges that come down the pipe. With that, I'll turn it back over to Kara.
So I wanted to recap where we were at, and I think it was brought up earlier, I think in the budget committee hearings, we had talked about the 800,000 projection on the second quarter, that we were going to spend the ending fund balance by 400,000 and reduce the expenditures by 400,000. We did accomplish reducing expenditures, and M&S and personnel both went down by just over $1 million. This is now a revenue issue, which does lend to, Board Member Mulholland had brought up the ability to have a flexible budget when you have such a tight budget. And we do. We have not just a tight budget, but we'll continue to have that the next few years until we overcome that. So it's monitoring that. We still have one more quarter to go. The things to bring up as discussion items, we did implement an immediate general fund spending freeze in April when we started seeing these numbers and that they're moving up. I can't estimate what that impact will be because it's only essential spending and the college hasn't gone through a process like that before. So we're continuing to monitor that. There are some potential for year-end spends that people normally do that we hope to make up some of that funding, and then we'll continue to keep monitoring this. Another option we talked about at the last meeting was reducing that interfund mitigation subfund debt payment that we make. It's about 1.2 million. We could decrease that. What that will do is kick that can down the road for the next few years. The mitigation plan, I keep putting this in terms of where are we at with our mitigation plan and our 3-year goal. What we had estimated this year is to be over budget by about 500,000. So this puts us about 470,000 over that goal. So the option would be, we continue to monitor the spending, we reduce our transfers, we have already frozen all the expenses that we can, and continue to look at that forecast and see where that's at. It's kind of twofold. If we do end up at 900,000 over budget, we're still probably increasing our mitigation plan in the next year to make up just for that ending fund balance gap. Or next year, maybe we've reduced so much that, through the year we spend less than what we even need next year. That's probably unlikely, but it's possible. So we'll keep monitoring that. And that's kind of an update I wanted to give the board. I'm sure there's questions.
With that, are there any questions? President Olson.
I do have a question about that $400,000 number you just mentioned. So you planned for us to overspend by like 500,000 for this entire fiscal year, correct?
In our mitigation plan, we were forecasting us to overspend by 500,000.
All right. And as of right now, we are $400,000 past that original number.
Yes.
Do we know why?
Well, part of that is when we originally did the forecasting, we had estimated achieving some sort of vacancy savings, and that's 1.7 million that was budgeted this year. We normally see a 2 to 2.5% vacancy savings rate. We're not seeing that this year. We're seeing less than 0.5%, something very minimal. So we're not achieving that particular goal.
And that would be like the leading cause to that $400,000.
At this point, there's reduced revenue, which does have a volatility and fluctuate, but we do have positions that we estimated being vacant that are filled. Yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions or discussions? Seeing none. Greatly appreciate the presentation there. Oh, sorry, Steve.
It's not a question, it's a comment. I just really appreciate the reporting. This, especially for newer folks, this isn't a thing we did on a quarterly basis in past years, and now we are, and I very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. We may have some time there. Knock on wood. Now we'll move on to the climate action plan. President Bulger.
Yes, we have Jennifer Hayward, but also Luis Majori coming up to do the climate action plan. This is, we've been wanting to do this for quite some time, and I think that Luis is actually excited for it. Come on up.
Welcome.
I'll wait for the presentation to be pulled up. Good evening, Board of Education, President Bolger and President Olson. I'll wait for the first slide to come up. So my name is Luis Majori, and I'm joined by Jennifer Hayward, our AVP of Facilities, to present you an update on our climate action plan. The next slide, please. In 2006, Lane made a commitment to become carbon neutral by the year 2050. At that time, Lane was one of 12 signatories of this commitment nationwide, making Lane a pioneer in climate action. In 2015, we reaffirmed that commitment to include climate resilience. And the requirements of that commitment include yearly reporting of our greenhouse gas emissions, creating a climate action plan, and updating it approximately every 5 years. This is the timeline of our climate commitment since then. Currently, in 2026, we're working with an engineering firm to develop a central plant decarbonization study. This is a critical part of our Climate Action Plan version 3.0 update. And we're scheduled to release the final Climate Action Plan update later in 2026, at the end of 2026, when we finish that work with the consulting firm. In this graph, you can see the trajectory of Lane's greenhouse gas emissions since the release of the last Climate Action Plan version 2.0 in 2018 in metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. The blue line represents emissions related to natural gas for heating our buildings, mostly from the central plant. The green line is emissions from electricity. And you can see that they're significantly lower than emissions from natural gas, and that's due because of the high concentration of hydroelectricity in our region, although those two energy sources are actually very similar in usage for the campus. The gray line is emissions mostly from commuting. The next slide. Here is a more detailed view of 3 specific sources that are within our operational control. The orange one is natural gas, the blue one is electricity, and the gray one is solid waste. You can see that natural gas is 2.7% higher now than it was in 2018. That's due because of a few factors. Mainly, we added 90,000 square feet approximately 90,000 square feet of conditioned space since then, between the new buildings. However, our energy use intensity by square feet is lower. So we're operating the buildings more efficiently. Also, we corrected some ventilation issues during COVID that we identified when we commissioned the ventilation systems on most of the buildings. Those were corrected, and as a result of that, we improved safety and ventilation rates, but also energy use. The next slide. In 2023, we worked with another consultant firm, also by another grant. And then that
consultants identified new strategies for our Climate Action Plan version 3.0 that you can see here with their respective categories. They identified the electrification of our building systems as the single most impactful and costly strategy for implementation. We can go to the next slide. The same team of consultants develop a impact of the implementation of those strategies in this forecast. And here is a list of the 7 most impactful strategies for implementation based on their analysis over time. And you can see that the blue strategy 3.1, electrification of buildings and appliance systems, is the most impactful along with the other ones out of all the strategies in the plan. And we can go to the next slide. Some key performance metrics that we are tracking regularly are that our total energy use is up 3.6% compared to 2018 for the reasons I mentioned before. However, our total energy used by square feet is down by 10.2% compared to 2018, and that's by our total energy use by square feet. That same indicator, EUI, energy use intensity, is 17% lower than the current benchmark established by the Oregon Building Performance Standard for colleges and universities. So we're already lower than that benchmark. And that's because of some of the efficiency projects listed there that we have implemented. Solid waste is down about 40% since 2019. And in transportation, bus ridership is increasing at a rate higher than enrollment. And that's helping our commuting emissions. The next slide, please. So some of the next steps related to our climate action plan are to continue to implement resource efficiency projects, implementation of sustainability specific projects, capital projects using bond allocated funds from the 2020 bond, and that's going to happen in the near future. Finalize the central plan decarbonization study and release the updated climate action plan later this year. And that climate action plan will include specific projects with funding sources and timelines from 2027 to 2032. And now we have some time for questions.
Any questions? Kevin, and then I'll put myself in the queue. All right, yeah, okay, cool. So we'll do Kevin, Zach, Steve, President Olson, and I'll put myself in the queue. Go ahead, Kevin.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. This is an important project, obviously, for the college. I've got 2 questions. And, they may take a longer answer than we have time tonight. So the first one is, before we finalize CAP 3.0, what's the projected order of magnitude cost to achieve our targets? And how should the board think about trade-offs between carbon reduction and other institutional priorities? The second question is related. Given that the central plant decarbonization study is still underway, and I see it's due October of this year, how dependent is the entire plan on that outcome? And what are the fallback options if it proves cost prohibitive?
So the climate action plan is indeed very dependent on the results of that study. As you could see, it has a major role in the climate action plan implementation, the decarbonization piece. Regarding the order of magnitude, the cost to implement those, we don't have an estimated number at this time. We will have that at the end of that study. And for the trade-offs, I would see this more as a resource efficiency measures that will ultimately make the college operate more efficiently. And I think those were all the questions. I think I covered it all.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
All right, next we got Zach, Steve, and then President Olson. And let's go ahead. Let's add 5 minutes to the this agenda item. Go ahead, Zach.
Thank you for doing this work. It's really important for the college. I've been looking forward to this climate action plan coming out, and so I'm really glad that it's underway. Look forward to the results of the study regarding our heating systems on campus. It's amazing you were able to get a grant to support that work. So congratulations. Thank you for the good work and moving this forward. I sort of had a similar question around rough order of magnitude cost of transitioning the campus heating system. And then sort of how that ties into timelines and potential funding mechanisms. So my understanding is that when the climate action plan is complete, it will lay out our actions through 2032. And I guess the first question would be, do you expect that retrofit would be included in that set of projects to be completed by 2032? And if you have any thoughts now of, if that would be expected to come from bonds or from state grants or other places where you think sources of funding might be.
Yes, for the funding sources, we would include that type of project in the next bond request. And the implementation will probably not be completed by 2032, but at least it will be initiated by 2032, because that project will likely happen in stages. And we'll also look at other funding sources, more creative funding sources of how to implement these projects without relying on the general fund.
Thank you.
Excellent. Steve, and then President Olson.
Yep, thank you. So also wanted to issue some, congratulations up front, the lower EUI, the energy use index, the reducing the amount of energy we're consuming per square foot. Fantastic, good job. A couple of comments and suggestions as you're thinking about moving forward with this. So like other folks have said, that I think it's going to be necessary, right, for the board to see to have some cost data. And one suggestion is a cost per ton of emissions reduced, like different projects, what are their costs on a per ton basis? And that gives us some apples to apples comparison. And and I get that there's a lot of assumptions that go into that. You got to factor in a 30-year project and all that kind of thing, but that can be a really useful thing for us. I don't think we saw much about space utilization and perhaps, including that into your climate action plan. I was wondering if you're thinking about that yet or where that might fit in.
Yeah.
So that will definitely be included as part of the bond planning for the 2030 bond. And yeah, we hadn't talked about it for the climate action plan very much, but I do think that is part of the efficiency conversation for sure.
Yeah.
Part of the whole package, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's included in one of the strategies of the plan.
Yeah.
The space use utilization.
It sort of, and it ties into other themes that we're discussing more broadly here, right? We have an institution designed for significantly more students than we currently have enrolled here that suggests some, space utilization opportunities. And that's happening everywhere, all over the place. We're not special in that regard. A couple other thoughts, just stuff that I see going on in higher ed. There's and you probably know this, but, a move to kind of, a trend, to move away from 5-year plans. We're doing that. We're moving in that direction at the University of Oregon. These 5-year plans, like, create a ton of expectation, as you know, right? With that, at the release of your next 5-year plan, what's going to be in it? Is it enough, et cetera? And there might be some value in just having an ongoing plan where when you get a new project, you just add it onto the plan, right? And then with annual progress updates, so that to keep the board and the community at large informed is a direction that I think a lot of higher ed is going. Might be useful to go that direction as well. And then the last comment I would make for now is factoring in the CPP. Right, should that program succeed, that would have a significant impact on your GHG, right? And you're paying for it, right? We're paying for it in your fuel bill. So seeing what that might get us without any additional involvement of our own is a useful thing for the board to consider.
President Olson.
I have more of a comment than real questions. I wanted to say thank you for being the head of this kind of initiative and making sure that work is getting done in it. I'm especially excited to see that Bee Campus USA stamp up there. I come from a line of bee farmers, and we're quite excited that worldwide that bees are being recognized as like important parts of climate action. And I'm really happy that this is being dealt with so well here at LCC. Thank you.
Thanks.
Just a quick question, or actually two quick questions. One, it looks like that reducing natural gas use is one of the largest ways that we can reduce our carbon footprint. What are two other areas that you would see are like essentially I just want to know like the top three ways to reduce carbon footprint outside of natural gas, reduction of natural gas?
Well, that is included in the strategies that were shown there, but the central plant is the biggest one. Space utilization and in continuing to implement resource efficiency measures related to efficiency. So energy efficiency projects are the second biggest ones. And also actually the biggest one is commuting emissions, but that's scope 3. It's out of our direct control. But that is actually the biggest one for us.
Understood. Thank you. So we have nearly 300 acres of land. A lot of it is treed. How does the carbon sink factor into the carbon emissions?
So that's our emissions that we can offset in our inventories, the ones from the sequestration of carbon from the trees owned by the college in our properties. However, we don't have a detailed inventory of what those emissions are. We had a number of from a student project that was done many years ago, but we're not factoring those into our inventories anymore because it's not a reliable number. We're actually working right now with instructors from the science program to develop a new inventory as part of their coursework so that we can use it in future greenhouse gas reports. It's a more reliable number,
Excellent. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we're at time. I think we should talk about this more though, as we see the impacts of climate, having fled from a fire caused by climate change. Yeah, it's a really important conversation to have as an institution. Thank you. All right, moving on, we are going to the development education reform. President Bolger.
We have one more presentation before we get to our reports. And I'd like to have, I guess that would be Vice President Tinkham and AVP Fry, but I see a dean here, and I'm hoping that you include her as well. Developmental education reform is actually an initiative in the state right now, and there are some interesting and exciting developments that are going to take place next year, in the summer of next year. And so this is part of my goals, my priorities, and we wanted to give you an update on that. So please take it away.
Absolutely. So good evening, board members. I'm up here again this evening. Seems very busy today. The Higher Education Coordinating Commission is actively promoting the reform of developmental education by promoting the shift from traditional remedial sequences of courses into a co-requisite model that blends both developmental education with college level curriculum. And this is designed to increase student pass rates and promote equity of some of our most vulnerable students who come to college not as prepared as others by no fault of their own. Developmental education reform has the potential to create real change for students because it directly impacts how they access college and how they progress through. And here tonight to let you know how Lane is responding to developmental education reform is Dr. Jennifer Fry. She's the Associate Vice President of Academic Affairs, Dr. Leanne Merrill, our Dean of Mathematics, and Wendy Lightheart, math faculty. There are others in the audience today who are also working on this. Dean Anna Gate Tapia, who's going to stay seated because we've got so many folks up here who are going to be able to talk with you, and also Dean Laura Pelletier. Okay, and so I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Fry and Dr. Merrill.
Good evening, members of the board, President Bolger. We appreciate having the opportunity to present to you tonight some information about developmental education reform and placement reform work. Thanks, Shelley, for the introductions. And so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Leanne to start on the first slide. If you want to go. Yes.
So thank you all for taking some time to learn about our work today. I'm really excited about what we have going and the amazing faculty leadership that we have, who is really doing a lot of the hard, detailed work on this. So to expand on Dr. Tinkham introduction, historically, developmental courses, which refers typically to courses below the 100 level in math and writing, were designed to prepare students for success in their college level math and writing. We have research from the Guided Pathways movement that tells us that successful completion of college level math and writing in a student's first year is positively associated with retention rates and graduation rates. So over the last 15 years, colleges around the country have sought to increase the speed with which students are able to complete this college level work. And there's been growing consensus around the model of co-requisite support courses. So a co-requisite support course is a course taken alongside a college level course that provides additional support and some just-in-time review for some of those concepts that students may have just not quite gotten or might, need a little reminder on. When they take these courses alongside their college level courses, they're able to complete typically at higher rates. So as Dr. Tinkham mentioned, Oregon's Higher Education Coordinating Commission has signaled that they actually intend to end reimbursement for FTE associated with developmental courses as early as July 1st of 2027. So they're incentivizing colleges to move towards this co-requisite support model. So we are working ahead of the game. We are working now to develop these courses. We actually already have one co-requisite support course for our transfer students who are not in a science, technology, engineering, or math field. That's called Math and Society. And our own data shows that students who take the co-requisite support for Math and Society are just as successful as students who took a prerequisite developmental course or placed into Math and Society in some other way. So we're planning to develop one more co-requisite math course for our transfer STEM students, as well as a co-requisite writing course. I also wanted to mention that the state is working on some career cluster aligned math courses for our career and technical areas. And so that work is also going alongside the development for the co-requisites. So I'm going to turn it over to Wendy Lightheart, who is our absolutely fabulous math curriculum lead for this work. Thank you. Go ahead, Wendy.
Is this slide 3? In our division, we are working to develop a co-requisite course for Math 111Z, which is a first pre-calculus math course, which is also in the STEM track, so science, technology, engineering, and math track for math. We are trying to employ best practices as indicated in multiple studies on co-requisite course design, including directly placing students into Math 111Z with extra support provided in a co-requisite course, using a cohort model, providing just-in-time instruction on Math 111Z learning outcomes, grading the co-requisite course solely on participation, supporting students in what we call soft skills like time management, study habits, test-taking techniques, and providing course embedded tutoring to give them that extra support that they need. And we're also planning to design what we call a bridge course for students who need even more support. Our hope is to provide support for all students whose goal is to earn a degree in a STEM-related field. This course would be a 100-level, one-term elective course, which would prepare students to take Math 111Z the following term, thereby increasing the likelihood that they'll complete Math 111Z within a year. We're collaborating with other community colleges across the state, like Portland Community College and Umpqua Community College, for example, to design this bridge course to closely align with similar institutions. We've met with math faculty in adult basic and secondary education to determine how they might be able to provide support for our students, and we've discussed how this may also affect their program.
We've also met with Tammy Solomon from the curriculum team to make sure we know which programs will be affected by these changes, which are a lot of programs, I should mention, so that we can provide timely information to those programs. This will take a lot of work in course redesign as well as placement, but we are fully committed and also excited to see how these changes may help students progress more successfully toward their educational goals. Oh, yeah. So using data on placement provided by institutional research, we hope to improve student placement by placing them more appropriately. Also, with the help of advising, our hope is to clearly communicate to students the importance of starting their math and writing courses during their first year, as well as which path may be best for them in light of their educational goals and placement outcomes.
Oh, no, sorry, leave it. Yeah, there. Yeah, so we'll pick up partway through here. So as was mentioned, our leadership team consists of the deans for math, writing, and adult basic and secondary education, as well as our director of tutoring. And so this team has been coordinating a series of campus work groups and listening sessions to look at the impacts of curricular changes and investigate the system level changes that we'll need to make to ensure the success of students in these courses. With the change in courses, we will also be needing to update our placement processes. So we've worked with a variety of campus partners to understand our current placement system and develop a vision for seamless and supportive onboarding. Some of the areas that we've been working with are listed on the slide here. In total, we've worked with more than 50 employees from all employee groups across more than 20 campus teams. We're also holding open campus listening sessions this spring and planning more opportunities for involvement during fall in-service. One thing we're looking at specifically is increased academic support for students, including the co-requisite courses that we've mentioned, as well as course-embedded tutoring, self-paced, and increased collaboration with adult basic and secondary education. So the goal of all of this work is to ensure student success in college-level math and writing during their first year, while keeping student pathways streamlined and accessible. We're also involving student voice through recent responses to a campus survey and plan to hold fall focus groups with students about their experiences with placement and course support. And then we'll go to the next slide.
So we wanted to capture the financial impact of this work, which is luckily fairly minimal. The pie chart is depicting the share of FTE specifically at Lane that is currently associated with these developmental courses. For writing, it is so small that it rounds to 0, and math is quite low as well. Just for reference, the statewide average is over 3%, and so the fact that we are less than that represents the work that we've already done to make these co-requisite courses, put them into our catalog and direct students towards them. The other note I wanted to say is that we have some courses that are currently categorized as developmental math, but are really associated with our CTE programs that are specific math courses aligned to those programs. Those courses are actually going to change as well, and there'll be replacement courses that are above the 100 level. So that quote unquote lost FTE will actually continue to be regained. Students will still be taking those courses. They'll just be at a different level, and the FTE reimbursement will remain. So I think that's it. So thank you so much for taking the time to learn about this. I have really enjoyed the opportunity to engage the campus in thinking about how we can make our placement and onboarding and first year systems be seamless and supportive so that students are well positioned to take their next educational steps. Thanks.
Excellent. We now have time for questions. Zach, go ahead.
Just want to say it sounds like amazing work. Thank you for all your work on this and for presenting this to the board. Really appreciate what you're doing.
Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. As a board member, I really appreciate hearing that, there's adherence and there's efforts to comply with the changing regulations, keeping student services and student success front of mind. And to hear that you are actively seeking student input as to like, how can we make this better? That's all very impressive, and I'm glad to hear it.
Steve? Yep, echo what Kevin said. I mean, it's essentially our top priority, right? Student success. So very much appreciate that. I was wondering if you could comment a little bit about how this may in the future integrate with the enrollment, management software that we have that I don't remember the name of it, but and maybe I'm just looking at the look on Shelley's face, maybe I'm misnaming that, but some software that we have invested in that allows us to see, to reach out to students, to see their progress, to intervene early when problems, arise.
I think you're referring to Navigate 360. Is that it? Yeah. So Navigate has a lot of wonderful features that we could take advantage of around student milestones and momentum metrics, and the ability to use campaigns to reach large numbers of students who might be not necessarily getting the advice in other ways, or maybe dragging their feet a little bit on enrollment in these important momentum courses. And so yes, there's a lot of opportunities, and I would say advising and enrollment services has been one of our biggest partners in this work. So yeah.
Excellent. Julie, go ahead.
Well done. As a person who had to take one of those developmental math classes when I went to LCC because algebra just went over my head, I really appreciate that this is a track, and this is a wonderful program, and I applaud you for being able to forecast and be visionaries to know that this was coming your way and already putting it all in motion. So I just applaud you. Thank you.
Let me echo what my fellow board members have said, and just obviously emphasize the importance of reducing remedial education is obviously really important to remove barriers to education. I know math, it tends to be a specific area where developmental education and so forth. So I really appreciate the math focus on this as well, especially for non-traditional students or individuals, a variety of different groups of individuals. So overall, I am really appreciative of this. This is really great. This is how we can remove barriers and make this an institution for all people to come seek their education and pursue not only training for their careers, but also the broad spectrum of educational opportunities that we have here at this institution. Thank you. Thank you. Any further comments or questions to close? Seeing none, we are good. Thank you again for the presentation. We'll now move on to academic affairs updates. Yep.
Yes, the vice presidents will wrap up this segment of the agenda.
Excellent.
And we will have Vice President Tinkham first to do an academic affairs update, Vice President Turner, human resources update, and Vice President Joyce, student affairs update.
And just a reminder to the board, per our amended agenda, we have one more item as well. That's for 10 minutes.
So you have received my report, and I will be very brief to allow us to get to your last agenda item, and also allow the other vice presidents to speak. Just to highlight a few things from this report for this month, I just wanted to mention, all of the work that was being done around the MTMs. I talked a little bit more about that in detail. In addition, I wanted to let you know that today we just started annual registration. This is our second year. Our students have selected Luann Johnson as our commencement speaker for June. Also, in each May report from Academic Affairs, there is a list of programs that we will be discontinuing. We started this new process last year, and so those are mentioned in your report this evening. And I can take any of your questions that you may have.
Board, is there any questions? Go ahead, Julie.
Dr. Tinkham, did I see, and I'm just trying to find it. I think I might have closed it. Something about the culinary group winning an award, and
Yes, they did.
the
Let me find that. They did win an award. Let me see. Yes, our Culinary and Baking Program participated in the annual Chef Nights Out on April 6th, and they tied with Agate Alley Bistro for Mike West Overall Best Award. So yes, they did very well.
Excellent. Any further questions? Oh, Kevin?
No, Zach's got his hand up.
Oh, Zach. Oh, I apologize. Zach, go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't see these reports on the HTML link. I'm just wondering if I missed.
Yeah, they are on the HTML link. They're under discussion items, and you have to click on the blue hyperlink, and it will pull up the report.
Are they under information items or?
No, this is under oh yeah, my apologies. No, not information items. These are under discussion.
Sorry, my problem. My mistake. Thank you.
Yep, not a problem. Not a problem. Yeah, if you click on the blue hyperlink, it will pull up the document on the upper right-hand side.
They're just down lower under the information reports.
Yep, exactly. Yep. Excellent. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, President Olson, President Bulger, members of the board. On Monday afternoon at 1 o'clock, the college will be coming together to celebrate over 90 of our employees who have reached some important milestones. We have we have 28 retirees. We have employees who will be celebrated for 40 years of service, 2 of those, and 1 for 50 years of service. Now, 50 years ago, I was not at LCC. I was in education, kindergarten, to be specific. Please, just want to extend the welcome for you to join us if you're available. Please come join us for that wonderful event. I'd also like to give some recognition to the planning committee who's been working over the last couple months to pull this event together. Couldn't have done it without them, and they've got it down to a well-oiled machine. That includes Patsy Slaughter. It includes Tammy Hill. It includes Amanda Blunt, Emily Madden, Katie Rascone, and Buck Potter. And so I just want to recognize them for their contribution. With that, that's my report. If you have any questions for me.
To my fellow board members, I want to encourage you to come. It's really incredible. And Shane, I know you like to provide fun factoids, of what happened, 30, 40, in this case, 50 years ago. 50 years ago, gas prices were also high. So there you go. So anyway, any questions or comments in regards to the report? All right. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation as well.
And is a bit taller than me. Hello, board. Good evening to you. I will keep mine short too. Difficult thing with student affairs, there's always so much going on. Please read the board report. I did want to mention and give thanks. We put on an immigration and higher education forum just about a couple of weeks ago, and it was a joint LCC University of Oregon forum. And so we had Brett Roulette, Dr. Mike Simano, and we had Jessica Price, and we also had Rosa Chavez and Justine Carpenter from the University of Oregon too. So it was a great panel, some great questions, and we provided a lot of information, followed up with employees across the college with some really good LCC employee immigration and customs enforcement guide. A couple of other things we did. Our ADA, our Accessible Resources Group, put on a couple of comprehensive readiness career workshops for students and alumni with disabilities. One of them was called From College to Career, Skills for Finding, Securing, and Succeeding at Work. And the other was Your Choice, Your Voice, Disability Disclosure, and Workplace Accommodations. Also, Quality Care Connections received a grant of $87,000, and this is a grant for preventing environmental exposure for children's health. And then international programs held a spring orientation for new students coming from Japan, the Philippines, Honduras, Australia, Saudi Arabia, Iran, South Africa, Taiwan, China, and Ukraine. And then two last things I wanted to mention. The Native American Student Association held a really wonderful salmon bake event using traditional methods to bake bake the salmon. And I know Dr. Bulger and Chair Falnaghi attended that event. There were about 200 people there, and so it was super successful. And then finally, just heard about this. We have a Ukrainian delegation. They're going to be coming to visit the Maxwell Student Veterans Center on May the 21st. And what they're going to be visiting about, and they're also going to be visiting University of Oregon the same day, is to look at how the U.S. Veteran centers provide supports for students who are veterans. And so that's what we're going to be doing.
Amazing.
Any questions?
Yeah, just a quick question, maybe an update to the board. First off, President Bolger, great seeing you at the Salmon Bake. That was really great to be at that event and coming together as a community in such a wonderful way. The powwow, we had some questions about it several months ago, and I just wanted to see if there was any updates. I have a general idea of what's happening, but I think it would be useful for the board.
Yeah, I'm planning on attending the NASA meeting this Friday, so I'll plan on giving an update at the next board meeting, if that's okay.
Fantastic. Yeah. Great. Thank you. Any other further questions, comments? Appreciate you.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. The last discussion item is we offer 10 minutes in regards to an ad hoc committee to review board policies and so forth. Actually, let me just hand it off to you, Zach. You asked for this, and we'd love to hear it. Go ahead.
Thanks. We as a board, there's a handful of board policies that we've identified as either being potentially contradictory or ambiguous. So specifically, board policies 2211 and 2340 have been a source of contention for like a year and a half or more. Board policy 4350 has been a source of contention for about a year. So I made a request a few weeks ago to the chair to form an ad hoc committee on this issue. So he can appoint an ad hoc committee, or three of us could just request an ad hoc committee and we can form that ad hoc committee. The goal would be to do a deep dive on our policies and also policies of our sister organizations around the state to see how they handle similar dynamics, and then to come up with a set of recommendations for the board about how we might tweak those policies that we've identified and bring those back to the board as a recommendation that could then be discussed and voted on by the board. Separate from the ad hoc committee idea, we've seen an email that suggested maybe doing a comprehensive board policy review in the fall with support from OCCA. Given that Brett Rowlett has been conducting a comprehensive policy review slowly but surely, we've been working through all of those policies. I don't know if we need a comprehensive review. I also don't know if we need to wait on fixing the problems with the three where we know that there are problems. I don't know if we need to wait on a full comprehensive process to fix the ones we already know are an issue. I look forward to the discussion. If we have three folks that are willing, along with myself, that are willing to jump in and do the deep dive and do the research and make a recommendation for the board, I think that would be a positive, course of events that we can put these behind us. And then if we also need a comprehensive process later, I'm open to that as well. They don't necessarily have to be exclusive from each other, but I would very much like it if we could move forward with resolving the contention around these handful of board policies where we know that there are issues and get it resolved and move forward. Thanks.
Move on to discussion. Kevin.
Thank you. I'm supportive of the idea of a board policy review. I would strongly suggest and support the idea of that process being facilitated by a person or persons who are skilled and have experience in this sort of comprehensive board review, whether that's a person from OCCA or ACCT. And I just realized I'm speaking in acronyms here. So the ACCT is the American Association of Community College Trustees, and OCCA is the State Board of Education folks. So I support the idea and add, it should be a comprehensive review and it should be facilitated.
Thank you. Julie.
I don't disagree that we have lots of controversies about the interpretation of some of these legacy policies that are in conflict with the OCCA policy library that we adopted. However, I have some pretty serious concerns that we as board members are not policy writers. We're not experts in the field of how a policy impacts NWCCU standards, how policies impact the college as an institution and its requirements, how our policies impact OGEC, how our policies impact so on and so on and so on. We don't have that knowledge. And so we could wordsmith all day long, but we don't really know if the language we just changed in the sentence has any impact. And so I think that the recommendation to have I think it was ACCT to help us do a review, we can hone it in, we can make it a little where we have a little control over the comprehensive review. It has to be done by some people who actually have some expertise. We are not it. And I think that when we tried to handle all this, we were a 3-3 split. It was always, there is a absolute disagreement, paradigm differences of interpretations of some of our policies. And so to have an ad hoc committee of 3 people to sit there and try to wordsmith, we just saw what happened with the last ad hoc committee. It now needs to go back to the board to wordsmith it. So I wish that we could just follow the recommendation, hand it to the experts, work with the experts to help facilitate how we would like our board policies to work so that we don't get into the weeds of trying to wordsmith a policy when we are not policy experts. We are not attorneys and we really don't know how they work. And so I fear that if we move this to some ad hoc committee of 3 people who have their own ideas of how the policy should all be written, we're just going to put ourselves in some possible legal jeopardy or in some harm's way where we just don't even know what we don't know when we set those standards. So I object that we have an ad hoc committee. I think that we should push this to when we can have an ACT comprehensive, facilitated, whatever it's going to be. Thank you.
I will just simply state that I'm actually really impressed by the diverse background that we have here as a board. There's a variety of different backgrounds that we each have as board members around policy, around different issues, budgetary and so forth. We're obviously a policy board. That is a key aspect of being on this board, is to understand policy, read policy, pass policy. And so with that, I think we have the capability to create an ad hoc committee to have this discussion. I do support, there's some incredible staff at OCCA that can be very helpful and a great resource in facilitating this. So I'm in support of this idea, and I'd be more than willing to, if given the directive from the board, to create this ad hoc committee to most certainly allow for the formation of one. So that's my perspective on it. And yeah, so that's my just take on it, is that I think that if there is a genuine desire to look at what these policies, the language, how it could be implemented, what's the best way to implement it, and having that be a facilitated conversation, I think it'd be incredibly beneficial. So any other further discussion on this?
Yeah.
President Bolger.
As the board considers how it wants to engage in a policy review, I want to be part of that process, and I can certainly work with a facilitator, whoever it might be, to help the board, support the board in doing this policy review. This can be time-consuming and laborious. There will be a lot of information that the board might need, but the policies, the board policies, are really about the board and the president of the college, and so I want to be part of this as well, and can certainly assist the board with having a great outcome.
Right. One of the suggestions, Julie, go ahead, and then I would recommend a few different things here.
If the board majority is going to decide to do this ad hoc committee, then I would like to ask that I be placed on the ad hoc committee as one of the 3, please.
One of the questions I was going to ask is that, do we have any volunteers for this ad hoc committee, just to get a gauge of if we have 3 people interested? So far I see 2. Is there anybody else that's interested?
I'm opposed to the idea, so no.
Okay. I'd be more than willing to assist in the ad hoc committee as well. So, I mean, that's three right there, but yeah. So, Zach, did that kind of answer? Oh, go ahead, Zach. And then I want to make sure Steve gets his question answered as well.
Yeah, I mean, if we have if three people want it, then technically the chair has to appoint it. So I mean, the first question would be, are there three people that definitively want it? And then we can move to the question of appointees to it. And then I think there's maybe a conversation about, okay, is this the committee that's going to start on a comprehensive review, or are they just reviewing the handful of things that we've identified as being of concern?
I'll go ahead and let Steve speak, and I have kind of an answer to that, but yeah, Steve.
Yeah, well, Zach, I certainly appreciate you bringing the issue to the table, because I think, as other people have said, right, we have a fundamental disagreement, and taking some time to figure out how to move past that is a worthwhile endeavor. So I support this in spirit. I don't think I support the idea of trying to address this via a subcommittee. So that doesn't mean I have a recommendation at this point in time as to what the best approach would be. But for a couple of reasons, one, including the fact that we just appointed a subcommittee and did not respect its recommendations. So it's hard for me to understand how going through a subcommittee process on a far more contentious issue would then be respected by the full board. And there's been other folks who brought in the concerns that this is not just sort of a political issue to be decided by the board. There are some legal concerns as well that need to be addressed. So, which is why I worry about the subcommittee approach. It feels to me like our perspectives certainly matter, but there are other perspectives that ought to be included in this.
Having been a part of two different boards that had ad hoc committees and so forth, it's perfectly healthy for an ad hoc committee to bring stuff back to the board and the board to give that feedback back, and the ad hoc continue to do their work. I do not see like the fact that the public comment ad hoc committee is going to be receiving feedback from the board from their work. I think that's a healthy conversation. It's a good conversation to have. It's a conversation that's happening out in the public, and that's very critical, I think, in good governance. So that's just my comments in regards to that. I do agree that a facilitated ad hoc committee in this situation can be incredibly beneficial. So, Zach, I saw that you had your hand up, but you put it down, or?
Yeah, you basically said what I was going to say, which is I don't see what happened with the public comment subcommittee as being disrespectful of their work in any way. I thought we very much appreciated the work, but at the end of the day, subcommittees draft recommendations that then get vetted by and approved by the full board. And that's the process that we're going through with that subcommittee, and that would be what we would go through if we did that here.
All right. We're at time here. Let's add 5 minutes. Kevin.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the president a question. President Bolger, what would be your recommendations for the board to consider as we think about reviewing board policies? I mean, what kind of process or processes should we think about in terms of structure, timelines, facilitators? Be interested in your thoughts.
I'd go back to this board at Lane adopting a policy library. What was explained to me is that the reason the board did that is because it had a set of policies that could not keep pace with changes in laws or accreditation, other kinds of changes, and so the board adopted a policy library that's vetted by attorneys. So it suggests to me that the process ought to be a facilitated process so that the board has a sense of what actually policies look like in across the nation, what those policies look like, and that they have some consideration of what is sort of good governance practice and what may not be good governance practice. So I think that a facilitated process by someone who is pretty steeped in this kind of work, doesn't necessarily need to be an attorney, could be someone who consults in this area. And the concern I have about OCCA just is in terms of bandwidth. We're talking about a very small staff. There's one person I think who could probably do this, and I'm not sure that she would even have the bandwidth for it because I think that she is pretty busy. So I would recommend a facilitated process. I can certainly bring to the committee, if you want to have a committee, some recommendations on who that might be, and that we actually support having that done. But not what I would caution against even the subcommittee wordsmithing policies, because there are standards of governance that the board is actually working within, as opposed to creating its own standards of governance. And so I would caution against that as well.
Understood. I appreciate a lot of what you said, President Bulger, especially around, well, actually a few different concepts, but I would say that the three areas I think of focus should be on 2211, 2340, and 4350. And if we were to narrow the focus on those three, I think there is an opportunity for OCCA to be able to support us. I think we obviously need to ask that if that is an opportunity or there's a possibility there. And that I think would be incredibly helpful for board dialogue, for the policies in general, and I think it's following processes and good governance. There's a kind of an issue that I have with a national scope, in that with my experience with two different boards here in Oregon, is that there are community college boards that are appointed. There are community college boards that are not elected, and there's community colleges that don't have local control. There's community colleges that do have local control. Here in Oregon, we greatly value local control. We greatly value being in our communities, understanding our communities, doing actions as a board for our communities and for the benefit of our communities that are unique to those communities. So with that, that's why I would highly prefer OCCA for that very reason, because of that understanding of that local control and understanding of the unique aspects of policy and policy development. So, but yeah, the focus on those three policies, I think, can be a way to narrow the scope, and thus we don't necessarily need to burden OCCA. And at the same time, it allows us to continue to use the library that we have through OCCA as we continue to go through our policies. Julie?
No, Jesse.
Oh, my apologies, Jesse. I greatly apologize. Jesse.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. I'm supportive of this as long as it's there's some outside help, I think, is definitely necessary, as I think that's kind of the direction we're heading in. I am not interested in serving on the ad hoc committee. Godspeed to the three of you that are, and excited to see what comes out of it.
Thanks, Jesse. Julie, go ahead.
I would like to table this discussion to our next meeting or the work session, whichever comes first, where we come back. Maybe President Bulger has more information about who might be available to help us. We have some ideas of how, like Chair Fonegi was talking, but that we do it, that we're not making this at this late hour, trying to figure out how a committee is going to go. I would like to table this whole entire discussion about an ad hoc committee until our next meeting. And since this is a board action.
Okay. Is there any objection to tabling? I'm not seeing any objection.
I just want to get started, but if you guys want to wait for a whole nother month just to get started, just so that we can,
yeah, we do.
We could meet and have the president talk to us about who's available, and we could work with the president as a subcommittee to work these things out. There's no reason to bring this back to another general board meeting when there's obviously agreement amongst the majority of the board that we want to move forward with some type of facilitated process. I don't, you know, it's obvious that the majority wants us to move forward. Let's have a subcommittee. We already have the three volunteers. Let's have the three of us meet with President Bulger to discuss how to move this thing forward. Thank you.
I would certainly appreciate the time to do a little bit of work to find some folks that might be able to assist and work on a possible timeline as well.
President Olson.
I think time on this is necessary. There's a lot of moving parts that would have to go into this, and I think, a big need for a third party to either do most of the hard work or at least be there in an advisory position. And I know a lot of the board members do respect needing kind of time to delegate this and understand this. As Zach Mahone has stated in the past, he likes to have time to understand things, as do I, and I know other board members do. And so I think it's best if we give time for this.
Julie?
I'd also like to just add that we're in the middle of budgeting season with multiple meetings every week and the whole bit where we even as board members are running out of capacity. So if we could just table this off to June, please.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. And to be clear, I was assuming it was going to take us at least 2 months as a subcommittee anyway. So look, 3 weeks isn't a big deal. Thanks.
All right. We are at time. Steve, I'll give you the last word on this.
And just a reminder about our board commitments, I think that we kind of reinvested in last fall. Our goal as a board is always to seek consensus, the broadest consensus we can. Slim majorities is really not helpful to the board's longevity. So the additional time would help broaden the support for this for this important action versus a slim approach right now.
I think with the direction we're going is we're tabling this for the June meeting for further discussion and for additional information and resources to be allocated. So, all right. Great. We'll bring this back up in June. We'll now move on to information reports. Are there any questions, anything that board members have comments or questions about in regards to the reports? Steve, go ahead.
I just wanted to appreciate Jennifer Hayward's report. I'm glad you're still here, Jen. The facilities report, I kind of got up to speed on where we're at with 2020 bond projects. I mean, kind of in the home stretch, really, is how I roughly read that. Most projects are either done or underway and close to their completion. So just, I guess, a question and a comment, or a request, I guess. The request first, I just wonder if other board members would be interested sometime, perhaps this summer or whenever it would make sense, maybe this fall, I don't know exactly when, to do a tour of those projects that we haven't seen, right? We have seen the iTech building, we have seen the health sciences building. There may be some other things I'm missing off the top of my head right now, but anyways, a tour for me anyways, I would love that. So at whenever it makes the most sense. Then the question was with regard to the remaining funds, now that we're close to the end, do you anticipate any money left over for other projects that did not make our sort of highest priority list, but that there may be money left over for at this point in time?
Yes, please, Jennifer, I tell you, we have some ideas. If there's any money left over, we have ideas for that. Jennifer.
It's a little too early to say, but I can work with the team and include some of that information in next month's report.
Though I'll just put in a plug. The one that keeps me up at night is Feeder 12.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Excellent. President Bolger, I had a few questions about a couple different reports, but maybe I'll just take one of them as maybe a future discussion item, which is the LCC Alumni Network Engagement Report. I mean, I read that and I had like 12 questions, but I think it might be beneficial for it to be a board discussion to report back on that and to talk about the LCC Alumni Network. So just a suggestion maybe for our future conversation. But I do have a question though. This was authored by Jonathan Campbell, which is the annual grants report. I had a question more specifically about the STEPS grant. And if, great, I'm glad to hear here. So President Bolger, if I can ask a few questions of the author. Excellent.
Yeah, Jonathan.
Jonathan, STEPS report is, the STEPS grant is currently in pending status. Is there any work, is there any further things that we have to do budgetary wise and or policy wise to get that approved?
No, I think it's good to go. Last I heard, it was approved. Stephanie Wicks is working with Career Pathways and Grant Matthews to move it forward, but I can check on it and get back to you just to double check.
Gotcha. The Career Connected Learning Navigator, that's been approved. Has that been reduced? Because it seems rather low in the grant amount, or am I missing, like, because with that grant, I think we have to match those funds if I'm not mistaken. for the Career Connected Learning Navigator?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to check.
Okay, no worries, no worries. Yeah, just an update on that would be greatly appreciated. Immensely appreciate the work that your grant team does and everything like that. I mean, it's really incredible that the different types of grants, there's grants ranging from 47,000 to 800,000 to 3 million to 5 million to 10 million. So it's really incredible that the work that's put into all this by not only staff and all collective work together. So thank you.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Any other in regards to reports? Kevin?
I have a point of information.
Yes.
Are you able to inform the board? Has Trustee Russ been excused from the meeting? Because I notice he's not here.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. And for the record, in the minutes, yes, Trustee Rust is excused.
Thank you.
All right, excellent. Anything in regards to information reports? All right, seeing none, we'll now go to the good of the order. Board member comments and questions. Do we have any board member comments and questions? I do have a comment. And Julie, go ahead.
So I liked Steve's suggestion about the tour, and I would like to maybe make a recommendation that maybe we take a little bit of time right before our work session in June to go tour, or we do it at our, retreat in September, but that seems so far away, but and then, so that's just my throwing it out there. And then I also wanted to ask if any of you were planning on attending commencement. I am sad to say I will not be able to attend this year. I had such amazing time, so moved by doing it last year, and I'm incredibly disappointed. And I just want to make sure some of you are going because you just shouldn't miss it.
Yeah.
Good. So that was it.
No, thanks for the reminder. And yeah, I completely agree with you. It is an incredible event. President Olson.
In response to the tour idea, I know personally, and I will speak that I think student government would also be interested in providing a student resource tour, or at least helping facilitate one for board members.
That would be good.
Great.
Yeah.
100%
great,
agree.
Michael.
Yeah, Jesse, you've advocated for field trips. And I think that would be incredibly beneficial for the board. We see a lot of policies and numbers, but it's good to see the people behind it. I just have a quick comment. Well, I don't know how quick, but one of the things that I've been hearing a lot in public comment is, especially around budgetary stuff, is students wanting to be in the room, be at the table, and have conversations. And what I am hearing from that is, can we seek out opportunities? I put a lot of thought into this and how can we do it and so forth. When we passed the policy back at Klamath Community College, where we added an ex officio student board member to the board, we also invited that individual to be on the budget committee as an ex officio member. And I think that would be really beneficial for the students to be a part of those conversations, to ask questions, to be called on by the budget committee chair and so forth. And I look back into the minutes to see how we did that through budget, Oregon budget law back then. And it was essentially an invitation to be seated on the budget committee. So I think we could do something similar to that in this situation. President Olson, I assume you might want to maybe bring this back to your Senate to see if the SGA would be interested in something like that. And that response I think would be helpful in determining how we can maybe accommodate that. I think it's really important that students be involved in these conversations. They're asking for it in public comment. You are a colleague as an ex officio student board member, and I see that this is a great opportunity for that. So, but I also would love to hear if SGA overall is interested as well. So, yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
you just bypassed the president on that.
Oh, no. So yeah, please explain. Yeah.
Well, the president needs to be involved with any sort of decision of that magnitude.
Okay.
Well,
yeah, no, please. I'd love to hear it.
what I was going to say is that generally public comment, I think you read a statement about public comment, and anything that comes out of public comment is actually given to the president.
Yeah. And
I was just going to make that comment just because you actually read the statement. It's a statement that we read at every meeting.
understood, and I'm not responding to public comment, but I am taking in the information from public comment, and I am thinking of, hey, there's some problems here. There's opportunities to solve this. And again, I want to you just make sure that we are looking for opportunities to give students a voice in this process. Yeah, and like I said, in the past, when we did it at Klamath Community College, it was essentially an invitation to be seated as the chair. That being said, no, I would love to work collaboratively with the president to figure out how we can accommodate this. And I would say that we also want to give the students the opportunity to think about it and to have a voice in the matter as well. So, yeah, Kevin, go ahead.
I have a comment that's not related. So if
Okay,
we're ready to.
yeah. President Olson.
Would you like a response from me?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I think student government would definitely be interested. The only initial concern I can think of is scheduling.
Of course.
Unfortunately, student does come first as student body president,
Mhm.
but we are for sure interested in something I'll bring back to the Student Government Senate.
Absolutely, yeah. And obviously do note, per your own bylaws, you know, if like, let's say the president isn't able to attend, the vice president can attend in your place, obviously. So yeah, that's kind of how we did it at Klamath Community College and so forth. And yeah, there's some opportunities to be more inclusive of the student population in this. So
Well, now I'm back on this topic. The board needs to speak as one voice, and the chair does not have the authority to make that decision.
I'm not making that decision. I
Yeah,
am
you
just
are.
simply explaining.
It seemed that way. And
Respectfully, respectfully,
I thought you were done. Go ahead.
I've been interrupted nearly 7 times in the last 2 meetings,
Okay.
respectfully. And this is concerning and disturbing, quite frankly. This is just a conversation. It's board comments and questions. And I'm just simply trying to look at opportunities to listen to student voices and to give them opportunities to be at the table, because that's what they're asking for. I think it's important. So this is not a decision I'm making. This is just mainly a comment. This is an opportunity for us to bring students to the table. And I would love to see how we can make that happen. So, and I would love to work collaboratively with the president, SGA, and the entire board if we wanted to pursue this. All right, Kevin, please go ahead.
Thank you. My eyes are a little blurry. It's 10 o'clock. I'm going to make this quick, but I am so dang optimistic about community colleges because I think community colleges hold this secret key to solving a lot of our nation's problems in terms of developing and encouraging and sustaining a strong middle class. And I think that LCC is so well positioned to be a part of that effort. I'm super optimistic. I'm very excited about it. That said, the rules of the game are changing here in Oregon, and the state just told us so. And so the governor and the HEC have made it clear that financial sustainability is going to be key and the viability is going to be key. And they're going to be looking to see that every college and university in the state comes up with a good financial plan. That's not abstract. That's pretty direct communications from both the governor and the HEC. So moving forward, we should expect more scrutiny on how we allocate resources and how our programs are well aligned with workforce demand. And I'm excited to hear the college's plans around those issues. So, you know, from my perspective, I'm very optimistic. And I'm looking forward to this board working with the president on these issues to make LCC even stronger than it is now and going into the future so that we can continue to serve the needs of our students and our community.
Excellent. Any further board comments or questions? Yes, Julie.
Thanks, Chair. I just, before we leave this topic, I just wanted to address President Olson. I want to make sure that I know I'll speak for myself, that we're not, the conversation about whether or not it's appropriate to, in this meeting, invite you to attend the budget committee is not about exclusion. It's about whether or not there's a process for it and whether or not we can legally. The chair thinks we can, but I think that we need to find out first. I welcome you. I think that you should be, but before we leave it, I just want to make sure that, for me, there's no, I don't think there's a single board member that's saying, no, we don't want the student representative on the budget committee. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
All right. Excellent. Well, thank you for this discussion. I greatly appreciate that. Any further board comments or questions?
One quick thing, sorry, I
Absolutely.
won't belabor it. I want to appreciate Kevin and thank him. The last, whatever it is, 3-4 meetings, he has told us that he's sort of committed to kind of opening our eyes in a new direction, helping us think in a forward direction, doing so in a really positive and an optimistic spirit. And I have come to look forward to this part of the meeting. Thank you, Kevin.
Excellent. All right. Without any further comments, our future meeting dates are May 20th. We have a work session, June 3rd, regular meeting session, and then we got the regular July meeting. And in between that, we also have quite a few budget committee meetings. With that, the meeting is adjourned.